Hello. Yeah, I went to go and watch a few things like yeah, other stuff I'm interested in. Then I had my dinner. Yeah. I was looking on Jay Slater Facebook to see what they've been saying over there. No, I've not bothered looking at mine. No. It looks like they've got a picture of the guy I might have been with, like one of those guys that they stayed with. So yeah, I wonder what happened to him. I mean, there's all sorts of theories, isn't there, really? It's one of them things, and there's also a body that's been shown up in Morocco. Who knows what's happened to him? So another psychic said that possibly some people have got him kind of hostage situation. That they're not telling him the truth. They gave him some water. They're not telling the truth as to his whereabouts. They're obviously language barrier and everything else, but they've got intent for money. And they're hoping for a reward at the end of it. So they're keeping him in a room or something. That's what one of the psychics said. So initially, I feel I think he did come across some people to try and get help. I think he's passed, if I'm honest with you. I don't think they'll find him alive. It doesn't look good. It just does seem that way. Yeah, I would say he's no longer alive. I see there was a body washed up in Morocco, and it's an unidentified young man. Go and look it up. At the moment, they don't know who it is, but when you look at the photo, it is kind of blurred out, but you can see it's Caucasian young man dead. But they're not. And I'm thinking, I wonder if that could be him. And the picture said 18th of July. 18th. It is a very strange one. Because things do not make sense because of the area, terrain, etc., how steep it is. It's easy to fall or stumble or just end up hurt. So it doesn't really make sense that he would go off track. That's what I'm thinking, is something's happened to him. It's a very weird one. So you might have thought some people might be helping him, but you never know people's intention, do you? And then something could have happened to him. So the family at the moment are trying to withdraw funds from the money, the GoFundMe. I find it odd when I read that. See, I studied the initial post where when Lucy made the post and everything. She doesn't mention Jay missing till a lot later in the post. And it seems like a bit of deception there, like she's trying to paint herself in there rather than Jay in there. It looks a bit odd. There's no mention of how the money's going to be used. It's a bit strange, that initial post on the GoFundMe. And even experts have studied it, and they say the same thing as what I thought. It's a bit strange. And she's talking shit again. And so it's okay for her to talk shit about me yet again, which I already said that she chatted shit about me the past few days. So she's doing it again, and she wonder why I have a problem with her now. Fly spray. Actually, I've got these fly sticky things. I am actually increasingly going off those people. With every day that they talk and chat shit like that, it's totally putting me off talking to them. So all it's achieving is nothing really, other than burning bridges. That's up to them. That's up to them. I'm finding it irritating, increasingly draining. I just want to be left alone. I don't want to be part of their group at the moment at all. Just want to be on my own. I honestly don't understand. I was playing my game while I was chatting to them, and she brings me up. But I'd heard the morning before, like, sorry, hours before that morning. So I rewatched it. And she was starting on me when I never started on her. And this had been going on a few times, not just one time, a few. And she started again. What it had anything to do with me, I had no idea, because I've got nothing to do with it. I didn't even host Shagger on my channel. Fat shaming her. No, that's bullshit. You see, I think it's 100% better if I stay in my own lane. They're a whole generation behind. You know, not in my generation. No, I wasn't doing that at all. That's not how I roll. I don't stoop to that level. No, I have enough going on with bullies and trolls. Wouldn't make any sense for someone like me to become a troll, because I'm not a troll. Don't intend to be. No, I'm just not like some of these people on here at all. I'm not. I am literally just, you know what I think? To stay in your own lane and stick to it. Besides, got bigger fish to fry anyway. Oh, trying to get my channel sorted out, for example, and I'm just thinking about how to structure it better, you know, things like that. I'm only thinking at the moment. Need better content on here for a start. And obviously, if I bring them on my panel, you know, content's not going anywhere. It's staying the same, isn't it? It's not improving at all. So, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Focus on my channel. Need starting from tomorrow, actually, you'll see something different on here. Starting from tomorrow. Drinking Monster. Oh, I'm only having one. You know, I'm not exactly sticking with Monster all the time. I can do research on Monster in seconds, yeah? Without thinking or looking. 666. Correct. Am I right? Is that what you're worried about? I totally understand. Listen, not exactly going to stick with that. Shows what you're really about, knowing and happily buying it. Who cares? Like, literally, it's not a crime to be drinking fucking Monster, is it? Oh, report me to the police! Report me to the police! Oh, buying a Monster drink. Listen, I'm not as bad as what you think, so throw the assumptions out the window. Oh, found collectible. I wonder if there's any more collectibles. I'm going to go looking. Ah, what do you know? I bet there's a few more. Yeah. We need the Tories out, reforming. Who's with me? Yes. Now I'm finding a few now. What? Everyone I speak to, they're all deciding reform's good. Or, and that's quite crazy. I haven't heard many say Labour. There's some strange people on the internet getting arsey over what I'm drinking. What the fuck? Nothing to do with it, Fruit King. Don't make that judgment, you nasty cunt. Nothing to do with it. You don't think like me. You don't know me as much as you think you do. Sorry. I find it highly annoying that most of you believe that you know more than I do. You know jack shit about what I'm thinking. You get it wrong. Triggered and bitter. No, you're the one triggered and bitter. Look what you said. Whoever pays you more benefits. Just because you've got an issue with me and you've been bitter with me for ages, and you're the ones that's been saying some nasty things in the past, haven't you? You're the one triggered in the end. Like, you're the one that's got beef. Am I sat here talking about you? No, you are. Yeah, baffling. These, most of these men on here are massive stalkers. They think they can bully women to death and get away with it. Fucking weird. We have you round our little finger. There you go. You're triggered. You are triggered. You're a little loft man sitting in the Wirral in your loft on your own, angry and bitter at women on YouTube, picking on Timmy, picking on Wart, picking on me. Right? You've done this for years. Non-stop. Non-stop, Fruit King. An insect. You see, that's not real either. Yeah, he's definitely an incel. Aren't you, Loft Boy? And you're only angry because you're losing on the slot machines. Oh, you did it. How much did you lose this week? You lose as much as Timmy. Loft Boy. How am I triggered? I'm just saying facts here. You're the one that's triggered. You're the one that's angry at me. You've got a problem with me. You're angry with me, coming in my chat, harassing me because you're angry at me and you're an incel. Troll. You make a good living from the machines. So why are you so pissed then and angry at me if you're doing well? And all gamblers are liars anyway. Just look at the statistics online. Look at the statistics. They're all liars. You in the same category as Tim Eldridge. A liar. Oh, one of the biggest things, never trust a gambler. Ever. They lie. No, you use slot machines because you have to get by in life. You might think you make good money, but in reality, if you put all the money you ever spent on slot machines together and see how much you made as a whole, you would find that you lost more than you gained. Look, even so, even if reform, we know that there is a big chance they'll be second, but in a few years, if Keir Starmer doesn't deliver, he'll be thrown out as well, and nobody would vote for them. Look, how many times does it take for the public to just wake up? People are starting to wake up. I see a lot of people voting, wanting to vote for reform and are voting reform when they were previously on their side. That's how much of a difference they're making. In fact, they've overtook Conservative now, which is a good sign. But yeah, there's a good chance we'll have civil war instead, you know. Well, do you remember? I have faith in it because of how the Brexit vote went. Brexit won. Brexit did get a majority. And it is a form of Brexit, but it's not quite because it's different. And as Farage has decided to come out of retirement as well, I think people will be more inclined to vote more. And, you know, that's the thing. Most people are voting for change. They don't want to see the same idiots in power telling lies, not delivering. Yeah, but that's what they wanted you to believe. The thing is, they never gave us Brexit. They gave us a soft Brexit, and completely opposite of what they said. Yeah, but they all do. A nervous breakdown. Why would you want to do that to me anyway? What have I done to you? Fruit King, answer me this question. Why are you doing it to me when I've done you no harm? When I've been completely nice to you as well. I have. I've been reasonable with you. Doesn't make any sense. And you're not going to give me a nervous breakdown anymore. Do you understand that? You're not. No, it's not Shagger. Fruit King has been on here for years. He's actually got a Liverpool accent. He sounds Liverpool. He's actually from the Wirral, so he's a Wigger or something. I think that's how they say it. And he's just a fucking idiot. He's been harassing me for a long time. They think they've got power over me, but they actually haven't. No, this is the mindset of a psychopath and a sociopath and an idiot, because they don't have control anyway. In general, they don't have control. So they make up stories to try and think they have control over people by trying to control people, because they can't control themselves. They're very, very hurt people, and actually so hurt, in fact, and they're so weak and cowardly that they want to just project that they to everyone that they are powerful people when they're not. Right? I know the psychology of it. I've studied that a lot. I know how they feel. I know what their thought process is. And it's not really healthy, to be honest, how they think. If they were honest with themselves and they really were weak, they'd show their weakness. In fact, for example, a strong person shows their weaknesses. A strong person cries on camera. A strong person shows their real emotions and shows exactly how they feel. And a coward does not. In fact, they want to look big and clever for the cameras when actually they're fucking not. You know, that's a weak person. So I applaud any man who breaks down on a camera. That takes guts, that takes absolute, true emotion and true expression of who they really are inside, a sensitive person, and showing that they are actually got a heart. It shows people have heart and that they care. And obviously someone who doesn't care will never show emotion, never cry on camera, and try and hide it. Also deception as well, a lot of deception. So anyone saying, oh, just remember, you're wrapped around our little finger, we can pull the strings anytime we want to, we can make you break down anytime. No, that's a weak dickhead. That's a weak dickhead. Trust me. That is exactly the truth. And what makes it so annoying, that they think they're better than everybody else, and they're not. It's like me. I'm not that special. I'm just different in the way I think, I would say. I'm pretty open about how I feel. Yes, I can show emotion. Yes, I can be myself. I mean, one of the biggest signs that it's an absolute horrible person is when they kick someone when they're at their lowest. When they're at their fucking lowest, when they're crying or when they're upset, you don't see no compassion. In fact, they ramp up the trolling even more when they're upset or down. That's sick. Sick mentality. And you see it time and time again with these boys on here. The same boys as well. The same ones. It's crazy, actually. Yeah, and your name is Tim Eldridge, isn't it? Why is it always the same? Yeah. Whenever Fruit King's around, Tim Eldridge is not far behind. I tell you what, you get out more, Timmy. Fuck off this platform, you gambling addict. Stop getting bankrupt in an IVA just because you're £60,000 down. Right? And you had to go to rehab to try and get out of it because that didn't work, did it? You went back to the same idiots making the same mistakes. You're back on here making the same mistakes. You're still going gambling. None of what's you're doing is helping you. Do you know, more fool you hanging out with cretins yourself. You're the one that's hating life because you hang out with people who hate life. See you later, Tim. Fuck off back to where you come from. Bye bye. Most of them are, right? What I've discovered is most of these are gambling addicts. Gambling or drinking or drugs community, right? One of them. They're the ones who troll people. Yeah, same people. They think they're gangsters and they're good at harassing women. I've noticed that. Yeah, just low life. Low life. They're all low life. Yeah. Like I'm effectively not in a good position myself, but I'm not addicted to gambling or drinking or drugs. So I don't take that route. Yeah, I'm serious though, because what it is, I've been on here a few years and they arrange fights with each other. They go, "Oh, I'm coming round to beat you up. Oh, I'm coming round to come and sort you out." But it's all a cop out. Most of them cop out it, or the fight they can't even bloody fight. It looks like a little girl fighting, you know. It's crazy. I come on here because I go live on my channel. It is a regular thing. Doesn't mean to say that I want to, be around them. No. I got owned by what? Slug and oh, fuck off, Porker. You're another freak. You say they all come out the woodwork, don't you? Fucking weird. Now another one with a fucking addiction. Piss off. Same thing, different day. I win. I win. What do you win? A medal? I tell you what you win. A medal for the most ridiculous incel on the internet. All right, Menace? Go back in your box where you belong. He's another weirdo. He porn bombs people, that one. He's like a flasher. You know, you see these weird men stalking people like and children, and then they're flashing their bits to people. That's exactly what he is. One of them. Except he does it online instead. Don't matter if children are watching. He'll still flash his little bits to everyone to see. And then what does he say? Oh, apparently he actually does it for a living. He does porn for a living, meaning he's probably doing, wanking that tiny little thing all the time at everything. It's crazy. You never, you get the most weirdest stalkers on the internet in this one little location, this little back corner of YouTube. And you don't want them here. They're all come here unannounced. Unwanted attention. You don't want them in your life, but they just follow you. Oh, the police love paedophiles. They protect them, don't they? As I discovered. But, regular folks who get harassed by paedophiles, fucking hell, they don't want to know or help. And it's in every corner of YouTube and around the world. It's not just here. It is everywhere. I think everybody's lost faith in the police. Everyone. Because I hear it all the time. In fact, the police have told me themselves that there's someone else in my own town getting the same treatment. And they tried for him and it didn't work. You know, I mean, it's like yesterday when I had a bunch of takeaways sent to my door, right? The takeaway guy, I can understand exactly what he's saying, to call the Just Eat to get my address blocked. But try getting through to Just Eat. There's no human being on the other end. In fact, what happens is press 1 if you own a takeaway. Press 2 if you want to speak to an agent or you want You have questions about an order. So you press 2 and you get another message. To get help, visit our website and then click on blog so and so, and then they go through this. It doesn't mention anything about getting through to a human being. What happens is, thank you for calling Just Eat. Goodbye. That's exactly what happens when you're trying to get through to Just Eat. They're only telling you to divert you to the website to get help. I'm like, what the fuck? They just said in that first message, to press 2 to get through to someone to speak to. But you do that, and then it cuts off. And you got takeaway jabbing at you. Call the Just Eat! Call the Just Eat! Get through to them to try and get your address blocked. Would help if I can get through to a human being, but no, you can't. The fake Aaron Owen is probably Demon. Yeah, probably is Demon, to be honest. It's something he would do. He's been harassing me on air for fucking yonks. And then I was looking on the website to try and get help, right? But it wants you to log in your account. Well, I didn't make the order on my account. It was made on their website, wasn't it? A dummy order. Someone had created an account, a dummy account, or an account that was just a dummy. Ridiculous, isn't it? Oh, Demon's been on here for fucking years. Before me. Way before me. And it's a man. I used to get on my old number hundreds and hundreds of voicemails. And he used to be talking to me in a demonic voice and saying, I'm outside. I'm outside. Lamppost on the left. I'm outside. I'm coming to get you. I'm coming to kill you. Trust me, that's what he used to say down the fucking phone on my recordings. I even save those fucking messages as well. No, I'm not telling fibs. Do you want me to play the messages? Do you want me to play them? I can play them now. Because I saved them on my computer so I could like get them. Do you want me to play them? Because I can. I actually saved it on my hard drive, so I can play them right now. Exactly. Because they're probably the ones doing it. Look, let me show you. Let's see what I've got here. So I transferred all of the voice messages what I received on here. I'll try and play it for you so you can hear that it's not me doing it. This came through voice mail messages to my phone. Ridiculous. Just got to find where I've put it. I know I've put it somewhere. No, there's no answer. Oh, fuck off. Let me get rid of this scavenger idiot, because he's an idiot. He's just always going to be against me, so there's no point in having him here. Let me find it. Right, just a minute. Let me just go and put this into, because I've got to put the sound, amplify the sound a bit more, right? But this is it, right? This is the voice. That's what I've just got there. But it's quiet on that end, so I'm going to have to like amplify the sound so you can hear better. Right, so where is it? So it's there. Let me see if I can get this sound amplified. Open file location, that's what I want. So it's there. Okay, right. So now what I do, open with VCL, and then what I want to do is amplify the sound a bit more. So increase volume. So put that to 125 and see how that goes, right? Let's listen to what this is. So this is just from my phone calls, all right? From my phone that I downloaded and condensed into one video, because obviously you had the woman call, when you call the answer phone, you know, you get an automated thing come up, and then you know the voicemail carries on. So listen. Let's see. Playing. Should be playing. Why is it not playing? It was playing a minute ago. Let me try something else. That's bizarre. Why is it? It plays in one application, but not in the other. Wait there. What's going on? Let's see. Try again. Yeah, it's weird. Why is it not playing in this one? Look, let me show you what I'm doing. I'm trying to play it in this one, but it's not playing there. But if you go in this one, right, it plays, but it's quiet. And I've got it maximum volume as well. Oh, that's better. Let me try and wait. I've got to figure out where the fuck how you do this to get this sound more amplified. Hmm. There must be a way in here. Let me try and properties. Let me just try a different app then. Open with. Let's try this one. Let's see, visualizations, more options. Video. How do you get this volume to go bigger? Come on. Did you hear that anyway? He says, I'm coming to slice your throat. And then he says all sorts of shit. Honestly, this is what I've had. And it pisses me off. People don't believe. I tell the truth all the time. Playback speed. Video settings. 10. Volume leveling not available for the current media. Why? See, just strange shit happens when you try and prove that it's not you. It's just wild. See, why is it not playing in that VCL player? I have no clue. It should. I don't get that. Doesn't play in this app. Wonder why. Don't get it. It's pissing me off. It should do it automatically. You see, it should be playing now, and it's not. This one's pissing me off too. Let me see if I've got that. Do I have Audacity in here? How annoying. Just a simple fucking enhancement on that would sort it out. Oh, wait there. Let me try this. Let me try this shit. I'll force it to work. Right. So, where are you, little bitch? Where are you? It's in here somewhere. I'll get this to work. You're not going to get the better of me, demon. Oh, shit bag. So, where now I've got to troll through this malarkey to find it. It won't take long. Uh-huh. Oh, fucking hell, I had it then. Bitch! Bitch of a thing. I clicked on it and then it just didn't do anything. Got it. Open. Right. Now, I've got to work this out. How to boost this volume. So we're going to try. First of all, let's see if it plays. Excellent. That is playing. Right. Now, I'm trying to think how you fucking boost the volume up because I've not used this in ages. Playback level. Let's go 100%. Can you enhance that? Let's see. File. Can you enhance this yet? I'm gonna get this to play, trust me. Volume and compression. Amplify. Yes, please. Select the audio amplify. For example, what does that mean? Huh? You know what? I'm not sure on how you. Loudness normalization. What does it mean by that? I don't get this. Is this something about playback meter options? I know. It's just pissing me off. It's just a simple fucking thing as well. It's supposed to be. How do we get this to? See, I'm unsure because I've never messed with this, and I'm a little bit confused about settings. How do we? It says zoom in, zoom out. Audio setup. Audio settings. Oh, I'm so frustrated on this shit. No audio selected. Oh, wait, okay. Let me try. Select. Let's do that. Maybe if I press the select button and then try again, it should fucking work. Let me try. Oh, you worked. Oh, that's better. Look at that change. That's all I did wrong. Right, here we go, people. Now, bear with me. I'm going to have to put the sound down a little bit because I've got to find out how loud that is first. That's gone up. Look at that now. Ready? Oh yeah, that's way too loud. Right, let's go back. Come on. Right, we go back here and we want to click off that because I want to play this from the beginning so you get me. Right, listen to me. I got it now. So listen. This is what I was kept getting on my fucking phone. Ready?
And 20. Save messages. Save messages. To replay them.
Now let me pause it a second. So you understand, this is multiple voicemails. I kept getting hundreds of them. Some of them I didn't even add to the call, right? So what it is, he kept calling me on my mobile constantly, leaving those vile voicemails, right? And this is some of them all together. I took them off my phone and decided to record them. Now, he kept saying about lamppost on the left, I'm coming to slice your throat, I'm coming to cut you up, you die soon, you know. Honestly, this is males doing it, okay? Not me. Males calling my phone, stalking me at my address. Listen, let me put it to here. Gotta put that slider across somehow. I don't get it to move. I'm not sure how you. I'm not sure how you. How do you get it to play here? Let me play it from the beginning, and you. Okay. Let me play it from the beginning. They done it to day one. Oh no. It gets worse. He's not mentally sound, obviously. See? Now, how is that me?
20 saved messages.
So how is that me, people? When I'm getting it on my fucking phone by weirdos out there like stalking me, harassing me. I think they're on. Now, I've heard Demon takes spice. That's what I've heard. Now, he used to hang out with Toasty and the Northeast crew, right? Meaning that it's part of their group. You know, Tim spanned him up once and gave him my phone number. It was Tim Eldridge who gave my phone number to Demon. How retarded is that? And then they all come into my chat and call me Demon. No, I can even prove even more damning it isn't me as well when I've got physical evidence when they're sending me messages on Facebook where he sent a video to me. I'm going to play the video now. Right? I'll play the video. What he sent me on Facebook is even more disturbing. 1 minute. I'll get the Facebook up now. Oh yeah, I can't play it because I'm not connected to the internet. Wait, there is another way. Because I think I saved it. I'm only connected to the internet on my phone at the moment. So yeah, they stalked me from day one. Day one I came onto YouTube. I didn't know how bad these weirdos were. They started on me day one. Yeah, day one it was. I wonder if I did save that video somewhere. You see, I do have proof that he harassed me. Now, obviously that was voice, and I do have like evidence of threats as well. Now, in the threats, there's this. Let me show you. So this folder has multiple files, right? From 2018, yeah. You see that date? 2018. You've got this. He should have sliced his throat, then done Kitty. Then this madness beyond repair would be over. They are the main culprits. You see, he used to hang out with Harry Fraud. Demon did. Right? And that's just one. Then we've got all this to go through. Bojo, the Gov has plans for you and your family and neighbours. Kitty, you sent takeaway to Tiger. We heard you, hypocrite. Which isn't true, so I haven't. Because I put I don't do that. We make Kitty and Mark move next. So this is what they do. They target somebody for nothing. They make people move house by bombarding them with takeaways, bombarding them with rubbish to their door and everything. Look how long I've been put up with this. This is Demon, right? The Giles family will be 6 foot under before I'm finished. Won't stop until Giles' bloodline is finished. Ha ha ha. Die Giles, die Giles. This is what Demon was saying all the time. He used capital letters, right? That's what he did. The Giles bloodline needs to die. You see, I'm the last. What is weird is I'm the last in line with the Giles family. I'm the last remaining. The bloodline dies with me. Alone. And what's so creepy and weird is I am the last in line. I mean, he changed his name to Cosmic Kitty Live. And then your cats. I mean, there's stuff here he said in a fake account. Then your sisters, then your father. That was fake me, and it was obviously Demon pretending to be me in that account. And if you don't meet me, I'm kicking your door down. My actions will show you, Giles. I'm not bluffing, I'm not joking. So you made a fake account of me and kept using threats like this constantly, and it was all the time. Check the lamppost on the left. See? No, they haven't. They're not bothered. They're not bothered until someone actually dies. They've told me that as well. Sounds disgusting, but it's happening. Giles will be no more. You see how my avatar was different to his. And it's sad that people have been duped into believing this fucking crap. This, you know, I have to go through this fucking blight every fucking day, night. You know, if I go live and show people that I'm telling the truth, they don't listen. You know, it's real crimes going on social media. Giles in for a terrible accident very soon. Giles' demise happening very soon. This is what happens when you get big on YouTube, right? Payments being accepted to end the disgusting creature Giles, you see. So this is why I'm saying people getting paid to do me harm. And it's not just a few times. It's a lot of times, and the pleasure I get from banning you, Giles, meow meow purr. It's like pathetic nonsense, and you know, people are being paid off to do harm to me. It's not right. You see, I noticed he changed account to the champ as well. Cosmic Kitty getting 30 orders of curry tonight. You see, that's what I mean. You don't understand. Demon is the one that's been harassing me for years, and he's been under the radar, and no one is listening to me when I say that I'm not Demon. No one is listening to me when I said he's the one that's driving this fucking shit for years without repercussion. You see, what you notice is there's not many people in here because they don't want to listen to it. They're not bothered about it because it's not happening to them. What's happening to me isn't happening to them, but they're quite happy to go with a lie that they made up. Isn't it crazy? You know, this is what's happening. It's all being passed on to me, the blame, so I get the shit. And after an effort of probably, amplifying the volume, everything else, and playing the recording, they don't even want to believe that's real. And then you try and tell the police you're banging the head against a brick wall. It's madness in it. It's enough to drive someone to kill themselves, isn't it? This is what I'm saying about what drove me to do something about these trolls. What drove me to try and do more for people who were getting the same shit. Because the police weren't helping. And when you tried, they didn't want to know. So you take matters into your own hands because no one else is helping you. But you got no choice because you're getting harassed every single day and nothing's being done. Yeah, exactly. They told me that in the interview room. They said, unless you've been physically hurt or someone's died, we ain't gonna come out. We're not gonna investigate the troll. That's what they said. And that shows you how incompetent the police really are. And they're not bothered about human life themselves. And they're not doing the job. So I hope those officers say, you know what, I wish I could have recorded all of that. That's one of the things they do as well. They tell you not to record, and if you go to the police station, they won't allow you to use the phone to record that conversation, so they can say what they want behind closed doors and get away with it. Because if this was in the open in the media, there'd be an outcry. And as well as that, there'll be a full investigation into the police's handling of online harassment. In fact, they'd be blamed for half the suicides around the world and country for their non-police work. What people are trying to pay their taxes for this service, they're not doing it. So unless it's a murder, missing person investigation, what if that person managed to break it? I gave them some scenarios to ask for, right? I asked them a question. I said to them, okay, then let's give you some scenarios and suggestions. What happens then? Say if that person was outside my address, is he allowed to do that? Yes. Oh, really? Is he allowed to come round, is he? Is he allowed to do that? Some anonymous person who I feel threatened by is allowed to do that, really? Yeah? What about if they knock on the door? Okay, then when do I call the police? When they're knocking on my door? Oh, no, they're allowed to knock on your door. When they're peeking in my windows? Oh, they're allowed to peek in your windows. Really? See how they were fobbing me off? So, okay. What if he breaks in my house? Do I call the police then? Yes, you can call the police then. So basically, they want you harmed. So by the time by the time they've come in the house, I could be dead by the time they turn up. It doesn't make no sense, right? How backwards that is. You're trying to protect yourself. They're not bothered if you're dead or hurt. It doesn't make any sense, does it? In fact, that is dangerous for the whole. And frankly, I actually don't even want to talk to them ever again, the police. That's how put off I am by them, and how put off I am about ever talking to these dickheads ever again. Like, I say all these things out of concern and scenario because of what I'm getting online, all these threats that are probably empty threats, but at the same time, there's evidence to believe they have been spying on me. Evidence, full on evidence. Over the 7-year period, I've seen people put up multiple videos of drive-bys, you know, looking at the shops I've been in, actually snooping around my property as well. Even people turning up, right? Just maybe outside, but definitely looking in. Police don't care. The fact is, all them people that ever called me demon are wrong. All those people that ever said I broke a baby's arm are wrong. All those people who lied about me, made rumours, thinking in their brain that's what's happened, are wrong. I've done nothing. I've just been a victim of a whole entire community of fucking liars. I'm sick of people lying about me or turning on me or saying I've broken a child's arm, which isn't real. Honestly, I've had people who've been my friend and then turned around and said, well, you said that you broke a child's arm. Oh, you said you sat on it. No. When did that ever came out my mouth? And when I asked them to put the proof up, I've said it, they can't provide the evidence. There's none. None. Nothing. And I'm accused of stuff that doesn't exist. The fact is, I think they're extremely jealous. I have no criminal convictions or never been in prison, never been arrested, never been charged or anything like that. I was falsely put on a resolution order, which wasn't even anything to do with me as well. Falsely put on one. And that was through manipulation from a paedophile. A paedophile told lies to the police that I had hacked his phone and I'd been harassing them on emails and phone. Turns out it was a fake account that they made. Fake account one of the trolls made to make it look like me. So they assumed it was me. They assumed it was me who sent a sandwich to their door, which wasn't true either. And you know, the police came round and they questioned me about the email and they questioned me about this. I showed them everything. I said, you need to go back and see who the reporters are because those people are just as guilty as the trolls. Those people are liars over there. In fact, they turned out to be liars. I know. I've been very close to suicide myself because of being stressed over several different things, not just YouTube, but family too. I've been stressed over real life, etc. No one believing anything I say, everyone accusing me of being a liar, everyone accusing me of this and that and the other. And I'm honestly, when you're getting it all at once like this, on top of that, you've just lost a loved one. It's mental. And to deal with it all on your own, you have to be fucking strong. And even for the most strongest person, It's hard. It's hard to even think. And you know, the police just want to throw pills at me and just say, well, you need to sort your mental health out. It's to do with your mental health problem, whatever. Yes and no. If they had arrested the trolls, that would relieve my symptoms. It would relieve my stress. It would relieve a lot of things. It would actually cure a lot of things if they'd only just acted. You know. And as for the people on here, I'm flogging a dead horse, literally trying to help people who are getting bullied as trolled, and they're throwing it back in your face as well, then calling you a fat whale afterward for helping, and then accusing you of breaking a child's arm, then saying, you know, calling your names like Bojo, calling your names like, you know, all sorts of shit, just because they got an issue with you, and after you've just fucking helped them as well. They're lucky they even got a word back to me, and I actually forgive them because, frankly, I know and understand. But the thing is, I can't deal with this anymore. I can't deal with the hypocrisy on their part. And they expect me to apologize to them. They can do one. Because when I say sorry, they'll be back trolling me the next day. Or they'll be back saying something else nasty on another stream. The two-faced backstabbing cunts. I give up helping people. Right now, I'm just helping myself because, frankly, I don't want to deal with Kaylee because she can fucking do one. She can do one. Do I really care about her anymore? No. She's burnt those bridges by talking to trolls, by fucking starting on me for fucking nothing. I sat there trying to play my game and then she threw it in my face. Oh, she trying to pick a fault or find a problem somewhere in that little thing. Oh, I can't get along with her. I can't get along with her. You know, she thinks it's all right for her to go and talk to Shagger nicely, but she's telling me what to do on my own channel. Oh, she's telling me to block this person and that person. I was doing it because they were talking about your fucking kids, you stupid bitch. She don't get it. Oh, why? Do you know, it doesn't make sense that somebody goes to talk to someone who spoke badly about their children and has intent of harm to their children and speaks to them nice. All the while, Monty's getting upset because he doesn't like Shagger and he can see all that himself, right? He sees that too. He sees that too. That's what I see in Monty. I see Monty and his frustration with talking to Shagger because he knows they've been talking about their kids. But she don't care. It's like she don't care about her own children. Sorry, that's what I see. She don't care about her own children because she's not bothered that they've spoken about them. That's why I've completely left her to her own devices and completely left her to talk to them herself and work it out herself. Yeah, I know she likes Shagger. It's evident, and you know, it's evident from what I see, right? All I see is a selfish woman not caring about her children or Monty. Sorry. That's what I see. I don't see a caring soul in her. She's all the while stirring the shit. She started the shit in the first place a few months ago as well. She started that too. Yeah, immaturity at its finest from her. You know, she's all the while kicking him out the bedroom. If she's like talking to Shagger, she doesn't want Monty in the bed. She even kicks Monty out the hangouts. How is that nice? She don't care about him. You know, all this kicked off. I mean, she kicked him out the house, locked him out, and he was out there in the dark on his own. Anything could have happened to him and the dog. She didn't care that the dog was running loose around the neighbourhood either. I tried to tell Kaylee, can you get the harness for the dog? Because the dog's running loose. I was worried about the dog, getting hurt. Oh, he can sort it out. It's his dog. That's crazy. Nuts. Then she calls the police on Monty as well to calm the situation down. But she started it in the first place by letting those freaks in her hangout. That's what I see. That's why I refuse to get involved and bloody stay on my own channel, because this is fucking annoying. Starting on me for nothing. I don't know what you'd call it. I thought she wanted to stop the trolls and the bullies, but obviously not. Don't care if they are. I just want to leave the whole situation behind and forget about it, like totally. But I just wanted to say all that. She could do whatever she wants on her own channel, but believe me, all it will bring is them trouble. And that's the only reason I blocked them before. You know, the only reason I blocked the trolls on her channel is to stop them getting abuse. But I get that thrown in my face. I've been right about it every time anyway. The people that have the most views are the one that's most targeted. And they're a target. And they just can't see it. That's it. I don't need them. No. Like I said before, not bothered about subs, views, whatever. Glad it's quiet on my channel. I'm glad. No, I'm not. I'm not after them at all. Like I said, just carrying on with my own channel. Yes, I've seen some. I showed a video the other day, like my family sent it, and can't make out what they are, but like I say, they're just a strange video. Well, I know there's been some strange sightings out there, like I've seen myself. It's just, you just know they're not planes, helicopters, or anything because they're dead silent. You don't hear any engine, nothing. Listen, I don't care if I'm called nuts. I'll be proven correct in time anyway. Like, I'm not bothered. The movement it has right now, they've already come out and said that they exist. So, who's the bigger fool? Is it them or is it me? So I can only go by what I've experienced as well as what I've researched. And I know for a fact we have always had them here, and they live amongst us, and it's how it is. And I usually say things as it is anyway. I mean, the amount of experiences I've had mostly a lot of paranormal stuff happen in the past. I would say occasionally strange things happen, and when you least expect it as well. Now, what I've experienced in my own place is not UFO related, it's more spirit related. It's because I keep hearing this knocking every single day. Now, this knocking happens, funny enough, if I'm talking about something, and usually it happens in the daytime rather than nighttime. But I've had a few things happen in the nighttime where just odd things happen. Odd. Strange noises, strange things that happen. Yeah, she always has been and always will do, because she's got nothing better to talk about other than me. Yeah. So, I mean, I can give you some prime examples of strange things that have been happening. Now, not only does it tie into YouTube, it does in a sense. I think it's because I have gifts. Special gifts, I would say, as in clairvoyance, medium. I'm also an amateur tarot reader as well, I'd say. So, in a sense, I do have a connection. So it's like I have a connection to the other side, in a sense. So sometimes I'll get messages from the other side. and most of it is quite positive and some of it negative. You know, is what it is. No, because what happens is I've noticed with these gifts that you do get more than what you bargain for, I would say, because you more or less get quite a lot of attention from the other side, like more than you ever could imagine. There's a lot of paranormal stuff happen as a result. That's what I've noticed. Oh, yeah, I mean, I was stalked by a spirit. Now, I'm going to discuss about that spirit. Okay. So we'll start from the beginning. Right. You know, I think this spirit has been around us for years. I think from the very beginning as well, because I remember as a small child, I mean, as a child, none of this stuff registers as paranormal. As a child, you just brush it off. You don't really pay too much attention to it because your mum and your dad condition you into believing the other side, ghosts are not real, and you know things are happening that aren't real. That's not, you know, the boogeyman doesn't exist, or I mean, this is what you're conditioned to know. As an adult, things become a lot more noticeable, and you realize what your parents have been telling you is all a lie. I mean, most of it you don't understand, you just brush away. So one of the biggest signs and biggest things that was kept happening is missing things, missing items, things going missing, and things reappearing in unusual places. And what would happen sometimes, like in the corner of your eye, you would see things move, like objects move, or you would see the picture start turning by itself, just slightly, like you'll see a picture on the wall just moving like this sideways. You can see it in front of your face as well, just watch it. Right, other things that would happen, obviously footsteps during the night. So you'd be in bed and then you'd hear someone come up the stairs and walk along the landing. When you go to investigate, there's nothing there. You know, then you know, things don't register with you until later, because you think it's mum or dad coming up the stairs, but then you realise they're fast asleep. Don't register in your brain until you realise who was that was coming upstairs. I mean, one of the biggest signs that I had a lot later, my mum and dad, I don't know if it was given to them or if it was just on the wall. I think they might have been given to him. So there's these 3 little ducks that was on the wall. 3 little ducks that were on the wall. Obviously, these ducks would go whack, 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 whack. If you walk by them, they're motion sensor ducks, so they'll start quacking if you walk by them. So one of the biggest things that was happening during the night, these ducks would be whack, whack, whack. So there'll be somebody coming up the stairs or down the stairs. But, you know, as time passed, sometimes it would set off and there's nothing there or no one in the house when it's happening either. I mean, I don't know if people watched me years ago, you might have heard the ducks quacking, like, or, I mean, the annoying thing was the clock downstairs that would chime every fucking 15 minutes. Sometimes it would just do that little blip every 15 minutes, but then it would do the full thing every half an hour to an hour. And I'd want to throw the fucking clock out the window. So, I mean, my mum and dad had a habit of bringing items in from God knows where. They were never bringing in new stuff. This was all secondhand stuff. So a lot of this stuff was given to them, or probably secondhand, some cheap shop or something. My mum and dad was never that well off, and they just kept buying stuff that were given. And what you notice about that is the house is so outdated because everything's old, you know, probably 80s stuff, 70s stuff, and 90s stuff. Yeah, old stuff that was in the house, but there'd be a really weird sort of vibe when you come in the house anyway. You feel like something's not quite right. So it's a feeling, stuff is happening, a feeling and a knowing that there is something not quite right with the situation. One of the things, or the signs that kept happening as well, my mum and dad would be moody, right? There's a lot of anger going on. And it would be out of the blue, like proper out of the blue anger. And it would stem up from nowhere. For example, I used to come home from work or college and get it in the neck for the most random stuff you can think of. And you'd be thinking, why are they so pissed off about this? But I realised, I mean, it took me a while to realise, I will say that, because you don't really connect the dots until later. So mood changes, people getting angry over nothing, arguments would flare up, people would be divided, and you know what, you can't even speak to my dad, right? So one of the things, he was a massive atheist as well, didn't believe in anything like that. He would always mock that. You know, if you have he might go along with it, but then he would have his own opinion that, oh, it's not real or anything like that. But so if you know something's happening, and my mum was a skeptic too, so you got mum and dad being skeptics, big skeptics, but stuff would be happening in front of their face and they would think of the most ridiculous things as to what it could be, and none of it makes sense. So while that's all happening and then stuff is moving and everything else, the big things start to happen, the really bigger things. And one of the biggest things that started to happen was very strange footprints going along the wall, and handprints and footprints going up the wall sideways. Imagine handprints and footprints going like this, and you follow that trail and it goes up the wall, up the ceiling, into the loft. And you think, what the fuck has made that? Because it's like, now this baffled the fucking shit out of me, but the only way I can describe this substance, what this footprint looked like, and these handprints, they look like charcoal, like as if someone dipped their hands and feet in charcoal and walked along the wall into the loft. Now, these are very strange looking footprints and handprints, I will say that. And none of it makes sense, because no one's handprint fits the hand, no one footprints fits the footprints. There's nobody in the house with footprints and handprints that small. But it looks humanoid, not gonna lie, it looks human, but it doesn't make sense, right? So other things that started to happen, the electrics. So while I was in the bath one day, blue, a really strange crackling sound started to happen. And there was lightning, blue lightning, in the bathroom. I was in the bath at the time. This blue lightning was streaking, and it was going and it was coming towards me like it was coming near the water. I knew that if that blue lightning had hit me, I'd be dead. Fucking most frightening thing you could ever experience, while electric started to fucking fry. Stuff happened, like the kettle would blow up, mini fires would kick off, or there'd be like random shit flickering lights in the house. Other things that started to happen, apparitions. You start to see forms and things happening, and even hearing growling as well. So you would hear stuff. You can hear things that don't, you know what, it's scary. Things that would frighten you to death. This is nothing like the movies, nothing like what you see on TV. This is next level shit. So while this is happening, I mean, the loft was active, the stairs was active, the few places in the house that were active, you had things happen that you can't explain. This gone on for a while, right? It would go quiet for a few months and then it would start up again. And what I'd come to realise is over time, I noticed a pattern, right? It was centered around me, right? This whole activity centered around me. Because what used to happen is, I think whatever this thing was had a fascination with me. Now, what I discovered was this one. While I was trying to just get on with my life, I had to really be careful who I spoke to in my own household, because what used to happen is, I think whatever it was trying to split us up in the family. And this relates to what's happening on YouTube as well. So, because I'm going to explain all of that right now. I'm going to explain exactly what is happening right now, yeah? Because this is why I get so much crap. So, for whatever reason, I know I was gifted because I did experience something when I was outside that defied logic or explanation. I did experience at a young age something that didn't make sense. It actually didn't. All I could see, and even I can't wrap my head around it other than pointing it to a portal, right, that I saw, because from the age of probably around 8 or 9, 7, 8 or 9, around that age, I used to go outside and play on my own. You know, even if there's nobody around at that stage, I'd be happy to play on my own. So I'd go off and just go across the road and then go and sit down. I saw a load of daisies that were all on this bit of grass. So I sat down, started to make a daisy chain, sat there minding my own business, and all of a sudden I looked up, and what I could see, I stared at it. I wasn't frightened about it, but I just stared at this weird looking oval shaped thing that was in front of me. It was oval shaped like this. And what you could see through it, but you could definitely tell it was like an oval shape. So inside you could see like a blue figure, a humanoid figure in the middle. On the outside you could see shards, what looks like shards of glass when it glimmers in the sunlight. So the sunlight glows on it. It makes these little glass things on the outside of that oval. I saw this thing and I was staring at it. I was looking at it like this, and I could see movement in the middle of it. So you could see this right through it. It blends in with the background, but it's sort of off color from reality colors, just slightly off. It's more different. The colors are different, slightly different. In fact, it looks more colors in the portal than it does on the outside. So you're looking at this thing and you can see it makes a shape of a figure, but you can see this figure move. Now this figure was staring at me through this portal, whatever it was there. I could only describe it as a portal because I don't know what else it could be. but I was looking at it, and this coloured lights that was on the outside that looked like shards of glass were gleaming, changing colour, form, and it was so beautiful. It was crazy. But what you could see on the other side, you could see the background like of the outside of it, so it's like forming in front of me. So while I'm looking at it, why I didn't approach the portal, didn't go through it, nothing. I just sat there looking at it, but I could never explain that. From that point, I could see the bridge on the other side, but doesn't make sense. And then that was it. It just disappeared within minutes. It went, right? Then I made my way back home, but it stayed in my head for a long time. Like I can remember it, and I wish I could show you what it looks like. The hardest thing is describing the colours. I would say the colours don't exist in this realm. They don't exist. But it's more opaque in colours. You know, so say if you've got bright blue, you see a pastel colours, different. So while I'm like that's what I'm saying, there's loads and loads of sightings of things that have happened to me, and some are really bad that's affected me so crazy. And the thing is, I am not alone in that thing. You might think to yourself, well, she must have mental health problems, there might be something wrong with her brain. But here's the thing, what cements this is fact, I've got witnesses. I've had some of my experiences have been someone else with me. Every single time someone has come to my place, they've experienced something. They've experienced strange things happen with me. So it's not just me. Which most psychologists would write that off as probably mental health, something wrong with you, and it's not. I've got this cat constantly coming up to me. But that is one of many strange things that's happened. So other things that have happened that are more crazier than that one, scarier, beyond scary. Now these are more harmful ones and scarier ones that you would only probably see in movies or something. But let me get back to what I was talking about before I lose track or get off track. Before I start on those, I've got to go into what happened after those events or whatever. So throughout my childhood, I've been harassed by a particular spirit that I know to be something that has stalked me for a long time, has took an attachment to me, and I believe has jealousy around me. Now, the reason I say all these things, you will see why. But first of all, I'm going to give you an example of why it's jealous, right? So every time I've had a relationship, for example, every time I've had an intimate relationship with somebody, one of the biggest things that happen, the other person has gone crazy or just gone completely depressed, right? Now, I know that's not me, even though it might appear that way. To most people, they would think, well, there must be something seriously wrong with you for them to turn like that. No, what happens is they're tormented by an unseen force in the background. I can tell you all about my ex, what happened to him. Now, what happened to him, now this is when I was not even in the house. One day, he literally was on his own, doing his own thing. And I remember him coming to me in a panic because I had gone off for a walk with the dog somewhere in the fields, and then come back on my way. He come running to me, and he was frantic with worry. What happened? What happened? What happened to you? Are you okay? Are you okay? Is Oscar okay? Are you all right? As you can imagine, I'm bewitched and bewildered about what the fuck is what's wrong? What's happened? Calm down. I'm fine. I'm okay. We're okay. You know, as you can imagine, I'm like, okay, what's happened? He goes on to explain something. He said, but I just heard you outside. You was like crying and saying, Oscar, Oscar's dead. And he said he heard my voice say those words, and he thought that Oscar had been run over. Right? I said to him, no, Oscar's fine. We're okay. Someone or something mimicked me down to a T. And actually, that's why he came to me in a panic. Now, a lot of things like this was happening. Again, missing items, things moving. In fact, I've got footage of something coming into the front door. I heard the front door go once, and I'm like, what the fuck? But luckily, we had CCTV, and we started to play the CCTV back. And lo and behold, you see the door open. There's a flash at the bottom of on the CCTV footage, and the door slams by itself. Like there's something stepping in and out. So anyway, I've had spirits stalking me for God knows how long. And the thing is, they play fucking games with you. They like to play games. Ties into with YouTube as well. Why? There's a lot of shit going on here too, in regards to playing games. So my ex used to experience severe bruises as well, out of nowhere, marks on himself. Like, I used to say to him, where'd you does that hurt? He says, yeah, I'm really sore. I don't know what happened. I says, where did you get that from? Because sometimes I don't even sleep in the same bed as him. I go and sleep in the living room, because what it is, if he's asleep, he's tossing and turning in the night. And literally, I feel a lot more cooler if I'm in the other room on that sofa. So, because it's a leather one, and I just go sleep over there. So sometimes, and then I go in there and then I see marks on him, marks on his leg, and they're turning yellow like gangrene. And I'm thinking, what the fuck's happened to you? You look like you've been beaten up or something. And he said, he said to me, I don't know where they've come from, but they look like someone's grabbed him or someone's hurt him or something. And they would appear, and marks on his body, stuff that would happen that I can't explain. But yeah, there was a lot of poltergeist behaviour that was happening. I mean, I was very scared. And now the place that he lived in was a duplex. And the thing about that is you've got an extra floor upstairs, and you can't really, it's more storage upstairs, right? And an attic. So there's like and these houses are built on land that were for the colliery, the old miners' colliery stuff. So when they were shut down, they were all built for those people that lived and worked there. So it was old property. Upstairs, he converted that attic bit into like an arcade. He had all his fruit machines, his old fruit machines, and he converted them all to tokens, so he could play on them and we could play on them. And then he'd got an old-fashioned jukebox in the corner. Now, I'm not kidding you. That room and the room opposite that one, which is the other storage room and hobby room, was very, do you know what? You can't stay up there for long. You feel like you want to leave. It's scary up there, right? You don't feel right up there. It feels like you want to go downstairs. You don't want to go upstairs. You know what I mean? There's no toilet up there or anything. That's what I mean. It's just two rooms. You go up the stairs, there's one room that side, one room that side. That's more an L shape. That one's like a square room. But those two rooms, you don't want to stay in there for long. Those, you would feel shit. You would feel like you want to go down. You don't want to go in there. You know something's not right. I mean, that room upstairs, those rooms were a mess at one point, but I did try to clean a lot, and I did do a lot of cleaning. I did a lot of stuff. Now, what I was concerned about was why it felt so wrong. I mean, our relationship was rocky from time to time. I mean, we had a year's worth of just pure bliss relationship. It wasn't too bad, right? Everything was going our way, but then after it hit a year, I think that's when it like went downhill. And as well as that, stuff started to happen. Like people started to hate us around us. So you get neighbours picking on us. You get stuff happen. There was a lot of crap from that side, and the bottom of the garden. and then across the road, and the whole street used to demonize us and everything else. It used to get a load of, like, people sabotaging the tires, for example, poking holes in the tires. Get a lot of bad luck, I say that. I mean, one year it was so bad, we lost a lot of animals that year as well, a lot of deaths, animals wise. They just died for no reason. Some of these animals just dropped dead. Like, we had lots of birds, for example. I don't know, just loads of things happen, can't explain, and it was sending us all deeper into depression. Both of us, we were suffering. Our neighbours were complaining against us. In fact, what we figured out was that one of the neighbours was writing everything we do down on a little notepad, and they were being really nosy about what we were doing. I mean, we was just being a normal couple trying to get on with our life, and they were just being nasty to us, like little curtain twitchers, watching us if we're going outside. And they sabotaged our fucking internet cable as well. They cut it with a knife because I discovered it was cut. Someone had deliberately cut it. We know it's one of the neighbours that hates us. So the stuff like that used to happen. We used to get a lot of shit from, I mean, he had a motorhome, and I think the neighbours were just generally jealous about us because we had a motorhome as well as the house. And we did try to get away in the motorhome as much as possible, but we'd always fight on holiday. We'd always have disagreements on holiday. It wasn't good. There was a lot of anger surrounding us, and most of it was over crap that was happening in real life. But what I discovered is the fact that I can pinpoint it to the fact that I'm haunted myself. Like, something has been attached to me for a long time, and continues to do some evil shit to me, and I know it's down to this spirit, right? Now, I know that spirit is currently grounded at my mum and dad's house, but what it does, I think it does follow. It can't go to certain locations. I think it has tried and failed to come here, because I've noticed a definite difference. Like, it's not been as bad here, like as it has been at my mum and dad's or elsewhere. But my mum and dad are experiencing some crazy stuff, and every time it sort of draws me back home. So when I broke up with my ex-boyfriend, one of the first things that happened, I had nowhere to live, nowhere to go. The only place I can go is back to my mum and dad's. Another instance, when I was trying to escape this pit hole, going back to my mum and dad's, is when I also tried to get in a relationship with someone else. Again, I got drawn back to my mum and dad's, like getting drawn back to my mum and dad. So every single time, no matter how many times. And I had been away from my mum and dad's when I was here for a long time. When I came here, it's like it got pissed off and angry. So when I came to my mum and dad's that day, I remember coming through the door and something pulling on the other side, like yanking me in. Because I was like, oh, like this, something yanking me in like this, and literally, it's like it was glad to see me there. Now, every time I've been in my mum and dad's, something's not right with it, okay? I have seen and captured things on camera that cannot be explained. I've also had 2 mediums come round, 2 professional mediums that have been round my mum and dad's to exercise that place. And because we kept seeing apparitions, we kept seeing things. My sister has been in absolute terror when she was on her own there. She experienced this black thing coming straight at her from the living room, from the hallway, and it went straight through herself. And she screamed the house down, and she was calling me up. Obviously, I was living with my ex at that point, and I was 25 miles away, so I come over there to come and console her. She was unconsolable. She couldn't control anymore. So we got a medium round to come and try and do something about this problem. Right? Now, one of the first things they said is something that I suspected. There's 2 of them, remember this? So the first one that came round, now initially they said that there is an evil presence. Sorry. There is an evil presence in my mum and dad, but it's controlling the other spirits, right? It's suppressing them from trying to help you, or it's trying. But they said it's a coward, bit cowardly. It likes to hide. It likes to run away. Because I remember that happening, yeah. Because I kind of laugh at it now, because I laugh at this thing, because I say to it all the time, you're a fucking coward. Whoever you are, you're a coward, and you don't like to be confronted, because I know that, because you ran off last time. See, one of the things that happened, she said, there used to be a family that lived on this land. She said land and not house, because from my understanding, my parents are the only ones that have owned that place at that point. So this is land that was prior to those being built. She said there used to be farm dwellings, but there used to be a different side. The front door, instead of where it is now, say this way, the front door was this way, but higher up. So there's some stairs leading up to that. That explains one of 2 things: why there was a lot of activity on the stairs, because that was the front door. Where the stairs are is the front door to the old house from the old land back then. She said the family that used to live there was burnt in a fire, and she said there was a little girl and a mother and dad. The dad used to work on the farm, and he actually injured his leg in a combine harvester, and due to his injury, he found it hard to make ends meet, and I think there must have been some sort of fire that killed them all at that point, which is so tragic, which explains why there's a lot of activity there to begin with. The evil spirit, they said, it's a very, very old one. They said it's 900 years old, so meaning that it's old and powerful. It's able to manipulate things. One of the things it said, the family, was about the little girl, right? So I'm going to explain about the little girl. I've seen that little girl. That little girl that I saw I was so shocked when she said it, because it described in absolute detail exactly what I saw when I was sitting at the computer desk in my dad's room. When I was sitting in my dad's room, this is what happened. Now, when you walk into my dad's room, mum and dad's room, the floorboards are uneven and they kind of wobble if someone walks in. So what happens is the wardrobe moves a bit. It like rocks. And so that's what happened. And I heard someone come in the room, and I said, and I even, when I turned around, I saw a girl go into the wardrobe, and literally I said, Claire, stop messing about. I thought it was my sister, right? But when I actually initially saw it, it didn't look like my sister. I just said it anyway, and I got up and I had the courage to go and look in the wardrobe, because the wardrobe door opened, and I went in. Now, when I was looking in the wardrobe, nothing there, nobody there. And I got confused. I was like this. I was like, and then I heard mum downstairs watching the pots. She like sings to herself or mumbles to herself. That's what makes me laugh about my mum. She kind of in her own world, singing away or just doing her own thing. So I came downstairs. Mum, where's Claire? Oh, she's not here at the moment. She's at Sarah's house. Huh? I says, so who the fuck was that that's just gone into wardrobe and come into the room when I was there? Now, when I look back and think back to when I looked at that girl and saw her, she had a ponytail and she dressed in like a frilly dress, pink one. And it was an updo, like quite high up ponytail like this, and looked old fashioned actually. So I was kind of like, what the fuck did I just see then? So when that medium came round and explained there was a little girl that died in the fire, I was kind of shocked. As you can imagine, she's describing exactly who I saw. She even said she wore a pink frilly dress. She said she had a ponytail and she got mousy brown hair. And I can't believe I'd seen the same little girl. You know, I even had a dictaphone on me. I'd put it in my pocket. The reason is I secretly recorded that medium and I had it on a dictaphone. But what happened to the dictaphone? I have no idea. It went missing. But that's another thing. That medium that came round, she went around with crystals, cleansing every room to try and help us, right? With all these experiences. But what happened was the expression on her face as she's trying to get out the house, I noticed her. Someone told me that she wants to get out this place fast. I ain't ever seen someone move so quickly out of a place when they're trying to help us, right? Do you know that woman tried to well, my sister tried to contact her again because she said this cleansing didn't work, and actually it's got ramped up even more. So what happened was the medium would not answer our calls. She wouldn't answer my sister, and that's my other sister. It's not Claire, it's my other one, the older one. And it's crazy. They didn't want to respond to us anymore. And I couldn't believe like what So I said to her, look, look at her expression on her face. She's scared. You can tell that she's scared. She was even doing this as she's going by, and she was scarpering off quickly down the road. Very, very scared she was. So we did have another medium, but that was a few years later. The other one, I mean, she mentioned about this negative spirit, but not in too much detail, other than I do remember this is the first one, remembering her saying about, you know, the fact that older spirit is quite possessive and likes to play tricks or games or whatever, and it is in the house. Now that was the first one, but she mentioned about the cats, right? She says one of your cats is very attached to you and very much knows you, is your soul family. Now I know that to be Oscar. Definitely Oscar. 100% Oscar, that one. They mentioned about they can see these spirits and they do protect you. Mentioned about the cats that protecting me, she said. Now, so fast forward a few years after more paranormal experiences and more stuff happening. A second medium. We did go off with this medium. Now my other sister had lived in a place where this medium lived, and she was actually organised this one. Now she organised the whole team, right? A whole team of paranormal investigators round here. So it was a medium and paranormal team here. They had K2 meters, they had cameras, they had everything, all the equipment, right? Bit different than the other one, but we had more substantial stuff at this time, and we had a medium on our side as well. Now, one of the things they had was lasers as well. So you know how you can get a laser beam that lights the room up, puts dots everywhere, little tiny green dots all over the room. So if something walks past, you can see it move or walk by. They put the lasers on, and they put the K2 meters on. They also, as soon as she stepped through the door, this is bad. This is extreme. Like, she even, now it was scary what she was doing, this next medium, because immediately she said, this one is extremely possessive and very perverted spirit, this one. This one is extremely perverted and very possessive. It's the first thing she said. She says, oh, there is several other spirits here as well, but that one is quite bad. This negative one, now she used seance this time, so we had a seance, a whole seance in that place, and this was more extreme. Okay, so this time you could see things happening. So the glass, for example, would move on its own. You know, as well as that, while I was around this table, right, all of us was around this table, the whole family, mum, dad, my sisters, and my sister's friend as well, and these whole paranormal team here round the table, and I'm telling you now, every single time the glass moved, it kept coming to me directly, like this, fast, hard, strong, like this, and literally. And I said out loud, I'm like, what is your fascination with me? What is your problem? And this is the worst thing I've ever, like, I would say it's scary what she said next, right? She says, it thinks it's your wife. It thinks it's your wife. She's, to me, it thinks it's your wife, and it doesn't like you having friends, doesn't like you having partners or anything, right? She said, in my past life, I was its wife, and it beheaded me in a past life. That's how I died in a past life. So if you get in a relationship with anyone, it's not going to let you. Not going to let you. Not going to let you have anybody. Now that relates to everything that's going on right now. Okay. Why I'm not in relationships, why it's I have so much problems with, because whatever it is jealous of who I get close to. I suspect that if I try to get rid of this thing, it's going to be a force to be reckoned with. Because it makes you wonder, what if, right? All of these people online that I'm having trouble with, they're being influenced by said entity. I know some of that to be true based on how violent and nasty they are being towards me for no reason. On my own, I'm having difficulty in a sense that I feel as though if anyone gets close to me, they're in trouble, right? Because it will attack them. It will attack them. Now, whenever I've been having friends round or whatever, one of the biggest things that would happen is it would frighten the fucking daylights out of people, because one of the things it would do, it would switch on things by itself. So, for example, when Helen Videos stayed over for a quite extended amount of time, she stayed for a couple of weeks, but the washing machine kept going on by itself, or something would happen in the kitchen. In fact, I've had the whole fucking lot go whoosh, into the sink. Like, I noticed quite a few times people are freaking out. Even Club Girl, I remember that time. Club Girl, I've always gone to her house or whatever, but once she stayed with me, and that scared the living shit out of her. She says, I want to go. I said, I can't stick around. Your laptop turned, it did something funny. I can't do this anymore. Something happened. I need to go. Whatever it was that scared her, she didn't want to stay. Now, I've had stuff happen like that all the time, and this is no bullshit. And I believe that, you know, there is a constant threat of, if I have anyone round, no matter who it is, stuff goes wrong. Either they get frightened, or they go loopy or mental, and fucking shit happens. And I cannot express to you how frustrating that is as a person, when I'm just not anything to do with what's happening. You know, I know stuff happens. Yes, 100%. And I believe it's affected people on here 100%. It uses electrics to do that. In fact, you know, social media, what a perfect way for an entity to manipulate people. And what if that demonic voice was actually the real entity trying to speak? You know what I mean? That's the real entity that was trying to get to me. And again, when I said to you about this medium saying behead me, what did Demon say? He said, I want to slice your throat. Exactly, like, you know, all this shit I've been now having these thoughts to myself is driving me fucking nuts. I'm not gonna lie. It really pains me to even speak out about this, because I know people aren't believing it. But I've had too many instances where it's all too strange. And why I'm being blamed for being demon is exactly its plan, to get me blamed when it's actually it. You see? And that's where it ties into the whole YouTube behavior on here. Because how am I, do you know one of the perfect people to manipulate is someone under the influence of alcohol and drugs, right? So people online are very vulnerable to this kind of attack and actually possession. That's why it can't get to me. It can't get to me, but it can get to me through other people. You see, it gets to me through other ways. And I notice other people around me as well. Other people around me it gets to instead. That's even more crazy. It does get me down sometimes because you're just alone. And that might be hard to believe for some people, but that's true. Alone. Because if I do get somebody, it tries to tear that wall straight out. Those people might be unaware they're being influenced by another force. I can give you more examples, so many more, like unbelievable amount of examples. Like, unless you're going through it, you can't visualize what I see. But you know, I'm trying to explain in the best way possible so you understand that I'm going through a hard time. I've come to brick walls with people. I've tried my hardest to suppress this information, because if I do, like, I mean, people are going to be scared to be around me for a start, isn't it? You know, scared to even approach me, because what do you say to a stranger? Oh, by the way, if you be friends with me, you're going to expect to get shit from an entity that wants to hurt you as well. No, no one's going to be your fucking friend. No one's going to try and ever get close to you, because they're going to think it's me doing it. B, they're going to believe this is just too far out to even realise. But honestly, this is a daily thing. It's crazy. It's far out there. But if you're in my situation, this is exactly what's happening, right? Because not only does it involve that entity, there's other entities too. Because when you get spirits, you also get strange spirits too. Like, I would say elemental spirits. You get the lot. You get everything. You get UFOs. You get everything you can think of starts to happen. So this is where it gets scarier. So you start to see things that defy you know, you thought was a myth in the fucking movies, but becomes reality, and it's real right in front of you. Alien big cats, for example, you start to see them. I mean, I've come across a few of them now. Even had one on live stream, caught it on live stream. But because of my bloody phone and signal at the time, it's too grainy to see it. But it's there. You start to see things that they claim is a myth. UFOs, Bigfoot. That's the other one. Werewolves. You see werewolves. I saw a werewolf. That's even worse. Right? Trust me. I have seen a lot of things. You see them and experience them. Even some kind of entity stalking around my property here. That was on live stream. Howling. Things that don't or should not exist. And one of the worst ones is when me and my sister was in the smart car, and I was driving down a country lane, and I put my main beams on because it's dark down there, and then you see these set of lights. Who you think's lights? You get close, their eyes, right? So you're looking at something standing in the middle of the road, and it's a full-on werewolf right in front of you, and it's staring at you in the middle of the road, taking up the road, and you can't go any, because it's single lane. You've got to go forward. You can't go backward. You got to go forward. Now, if I'd have came there a minute earlier, I would have seen that thing like head on, right? I did see it head on, however, at a distance, probably about 100 feet ahead of us. It's standing in the middle of the road, looking at us directly, and it's like it's looking through your soul. That thing looks into your soul and puts the fear of God into you. And you wake up every day with this nightmare in your head. You can't get rid of it. That thing goes into the woods, and then you're too scared to put the gas on and go forward because you've got to. I closed my eyes, took a big gulp, and I just floored it. I didn't want to even look. And that's not the first time I've seen the werewolf. There was another time as well. Another one at Cannock Chase. The one at Cannock Chase was with the paranormal team that I was walking around. That was another live stream. In fact, it was at the side of me. I've even got that footage. That footage I have on here. And you see it. And it's like right at the side of you, comes out the grass, stands up, breathing at you, and just looks at you. I think what these things do, they're not that bad, right? I will say that. Now, what I say that, but then they are bad. But I just mean they put the fear of God into you, but they don't harm you. Now, I don't know, for whatever reason, I don't think I've ever heard of someone being attacked by these, except on a couple of occasions where there has been mutilations. But it's rare. I think it's like any creature, anything else, right? You get good and bad ones. I mean, the one at Cannock Chase was the worst because it was right at the side of me. And my sister had her phone going. I had my live stream going. I was facing forward on my live stream, but she turned her phone this way and recorded what was at the side of me. And I do believe I do have that video on my computer somewhere that I can actually show you. It's just finding it. And if I can, and I will put it up there and out there, because I analyse the footage, and you just see, I'll tell you what it looks like. It looks like a wolf standing on 2 feet. But it's at eye level, same eye level as you. I think they just scare people. I think the territorial scare people and just don't like people in the area. I think that's what they do. I remember when we was out there, there was something circulating around the German cemetery on the outside. And we was hearing funny sounds and everything else. And I could hear twigs snapping that side, you know. And then as we're coming out of it, that's when it happened, because we did kind of get separated. I think that's when it had the opportunity to jump out, and yeah, so. But guess what? I mean, you look up to Cannock Chase. In fact, there's been a history of people sighting werewolves around the German cemetery in Cannock Chase. So it even it's crazy. Well, you think that I mean, years ago, I used to think that that's just in the movies, but now it's even scarier. But I would say, even though I experience all of this stuff, it's made me become harder and stronger in the sense that when you watch horror movies now, you laugh. You think, how pathetic is that? You know, they're not scary enough. They're not. And then you see all these people like, oh, I'm hiding under my cover. You laugh at those people now. You laugh at them being scared. That's how it makes you when you've gone through it yourself. It makes you stronger as a person when you start to see things yourself, experience yourself. You see all these people now, you think, fucking wimps. Come and experience what I go through then. Well, that's it. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, isn't it? And it makes me think that the reason I'm a target as well, I mean, I think they must know that I've been experiencing stuff. And yes, I do talk about it, have done in the past, and all it brought me was more attention to my channel and unwanted attention as well. Like, that's why I kept away from it. I've just kept on low key. But people do come in now and again and they say, oh, can you tell more ghost stories? Oh, can you tell more? Like, yes, but I've discovered there's consequences to me speaking about it. Because you got to think that the spirits up there are probably hearing everything I'm saying. And, you know, it's like the public's not meant to know. The public is meant to not speak about any of this. Otherwise, we'll give you some punishment, you know. They'll come after you as well. And it has been quiet. Like, stuff does happen now and again here. I do get some weird things happen, but not as near as much as I used to. Only when I would say it's not enough to record it every day, if you get me. Only when it happens. Now, occasionally when I've been live streaming, this is what you'd hear. 3 knocks like this. Exactly like that tone. And it would come direct from above here. And there's nobody in this flat here. That's empty. That's a vacant flat because somebody died in that flat. Then I discovered from neighbours, just only recently, that another person had died years prior, and that was his friend. The one that's died recently, that was his friend who died before, and he wanted to stay in that flat that he died in. But that explains another thing that I felt before I started to settle in this place. When I settled in this place, stuff used to happen here, and even my own mediumship, I picked up on a guy that was into drugs and alcohol. And guess what? The neighbour confirmed that there was someone who lived here before who was into drugs and alcohol, did die of an overdose, like I suspected, and I was spot on about that. So I don't think he's left at all. I think he's still here. I do get them here. And I do believe that they still just trying to let me know. Like, I'm hoping if I stay live that they might knock again. Right? I'm hoping they'll do that. That would be confirmation in on itself, and to show you that I'm not bullshitting. Oh, Oscar, you're so loving, and you know, but I'm trying to smoke, baby. I don't even round me when I'm smoking, darling. That's another thing. The cats gets awful clingy when they want to give you a message. Listen, you can have a lovings in a bit. Go and sit down there. Thank you. He's coming back up. Yeah. I've noticed when I talk about certain things, it likes to knock them. But not on cue. And so one of the things I recently discovered as well is the fact that cats, what they can do, and what an expert has already said, that cats are special, and this is why the Egyptians used to worship them. It's the fact that they can take is see what I mean? They can take the form. They can use their own body for a spirit to enter. So what they'll do is, if a spirit wants to come and talk to you, they will enter the cat and give you a message. And by giving you love, like he's doing now. Now, what I've noticed, while he's been doing this, it's because he doesn't want me to talk about it. He's trying to protect me in a sense. He's trying to protect mummy. Oh, there's so many things that is quite far out there, but at the same time, I think unless you're through it yourself, yeah, I think that's, yeah, most definitely. I'm vulnerable to attack if I talk about the existence, and yeah, that's what happens. So it's not like, oh, they've won or anything else. It's just because, you know, I can't be bothered with all that negativity that comes along with it, because there's, you know, stuff will start to happen, things will start to happen the next day. It doesn't happen on the night, but the next day it will start, you know, things will definitely kick off. You can imagine what I've told you tonight, right? All that I've told you tonight is true. So the next day, I might get some repercussions for talking about it, because as in they'll start kicking off again. You know, like, you know, people have caught some strange things on camera while I've been live streaming. I mean, Pine Beeble caught a shadow person going by the camera. I mean, that was weird. You see the dark figure, and then you might say, oh, that can be explained right away. But no, it can't. Because I've had my desk right close to me. I would have seen a cat go in front of me on my screen, and I would have seen it walk across. There's no room. This desk is quite small for its size. It's not meant for a computer desk. It's just meant for a dining table, right? But at the moment, I don't have the funds to buy a desk, because you know how much they cost. So this is just a temporary thing, what I've got now. I converted it into a desk, and it will do for now. The other thing I see was a giant figure, big black mass, go from that side of the room to that side of the room. That was awful. I've also had something staring at me at the end of the bed, and I've even had my name being called, and it sounded like my dad. Something mimicked my dad. I even woke up like, Dad? You there? It was like a sense of urgency. So I went on my phone like this, and I got a text message from Dad. That's another weird thing. I had a text message from him. So I called him up. Oh, I'm lost. I don't know where I am. I said, was you just round my house? Oh, I've got to go. I'm just down the canal with the narrowboat people. I'm lost. So I phoned Mum up. Mum said she lost him when they went for a walk. So it's almost as though the spirits told me to ring my dad to check on him. It's crazy what happens. It's one thing after another, and there's one thing that's on my side is evidence, and there is evidence for that as well. Witnesses, eyewitnesses, and all sorts of craziness. I do know that I think it's around this summertime that it starts to kick off. Sometimes nothing will happen for days or anything, and then all of a sudden, something will happen. Listen, I had the most the recent thing that happened is when I went to my sister's house. Now this is recent, yeah. So recently my sister, she just has been having a stressful time, and she needed some help with the house. So I went round to my sister's house, and I went to go and help her clean. And this is on a couple of occasions now. The first time that happened, I'll tell you about the first time and then the second time. So the first time that I did help her clean, this is about a year ago, that one. So that one before, I started with the girls' bedroom, and I started going round with the duster and the polish to go and sort all of their stuff out and clean the kids' bedroom. And the kids are being kids, you know, they're throwing. Now these kids love to make their room messy. I'm not gonna lie, it's like stuff everywhere, right? Everything mixed up. So one of the biggest things I was doing was trying to sort it all out, put it into boxes and into the correct location where they should be. So which is what I was doing. And then I was making their beds as well, changing the sheets and making the beds, hoovering up. Now, that was all well and good, except while I was doing that, I mean, the kids ended up going downstairs and playing downstairs, except for one of them. One of them stayed with me. Now, while that was happening, she was the one that was helping me, because I was asking her where things go, so she was just picking things up with me. I says, you can tell me where everything goes, and then we'll put it all in the right place. Now, while I was doing that, I noticed that something was keeping my attention this side. So I looked this way. One of the dolls was kicking off at the side of me, and then it started, it turned its head like this on its own. And going right, I literally picked it up and I said to the little one, is that meant to do that? Like, move? No, there's no batteries in it. I said, you what? So I turned it over. There were no batteries inside. I'm like, okay, let me put it back on the shelf and leave it. Then music started to play out of it, right? That's it, freaked out, you're going in the wardrobe. That's it, you're going in there. So this is the first time. I put it into the wardrobe. Carried on dusting. Right, you're going in there. Out of sight, out of mind. Fuck off. Carry on cleaning anyway. I walked by the wardrobe, and this is what happened next. 3 knocks from inside that wardrobe, exactly where I put the doll. This is freaky. Let's go. Come on. Okay, I'm not taking this anymore. Let's go downstairs, right? So I went downstairs, and then I said, I shouted my sister upstairs, come quickly upstairs right now. I need help. Something not right with his toys. Next thing, she came upstairs and for a bit, but I thought, fuck, I've got to carry on. I've got to carry on cleaning in that place. I can't just leave it. So I went back in there. The next thing that happens, the fucking dinosaur, the talking dinosaur goes, hello. Oh. and it sort of says it in like a growly voice, like a dinosaur would. And it's like, oh, for fuck's sake, no, I can't do this anymore. I can't be in here, right? Because unless you experience it yourself, you don't. So I bolted it out there, right? Because I'm like, fuck this nonsense. These toys are driving me nuts, and I'm trying to clean. Next, so I moved on to the bathroom instead and carried on in there. Next thing I know, the doll that was in the wardrobe is sitting by the boys' room, and I'm like looking at me from down the hallway, and I'm no, I've got to go down. That's it, I'm leaving. I said to my sister, look, I'm sorry, I can't carry on. So you know, there's just freaky stuff happening upstairs. And then when you're downstairs, you can hear footsteps upstairs when everybody's downstairs. That's even more crazy. So that was the first time. Okay. And then, you know, I completely brushed it under the carpet, forgot about it. Still do think about it now and again. I think how crazy that was, and I do remember it quite well. But then the next time, so my sister asked me again if to come round to clean her house. And this is like only a few months ago, probably 3 months ago. I went round there. Madness. This next time I went round there was even worse than the last time, because now my sister had gone out. She went to go and get some food from the local takeaway, right? So she didn't bother ordering online. She went out. So I was left with the children to look after. So I literally just sat down with them reading, and then I made a start cleaning upstairs, right? This time I was on my own up there. And then one of the little ones did follow me up there eventually, but I thought, Jesus, this place is in exactly the same state as it was the last time I did clean in here. Obviously things had moved around since then, and there was more stuff there. Anyway, I started to clean. I says, look, the kids were distracting me quite a bit, I will say. Oh, come and look at this. Look, I've got to get on with cleaning. Let's get on, concentrate with cleaning now, because I'm only going to be here for a short time, and then I've got to go. So this time I had, and I felt this in my stomach, something didn't feel right at this stage. I felt this ominous sound coming from somewhere, and it came from, so I can't even pinpoint where it came from, but it sounded like it might have come from the hallway. But then all of a sudden this electrical sound, and then all I heard was some rapid knocking, this time rapid, and it was like, it was rapid, and this shook the core of my soul, not gonna lie. I am like thinking, where the hell's that come from? And it's rapid, and it felt like it was coming from Oh, you can't even pinpoint it. It felt like the bedroom area, like that side, and obviously there's no one in there. I mean, yeah, it shakes the core of your soul. Then, as I'm going down the stairs in utter panic and fright, I said, "Right, let's just leave this for now, and let's all go downstairs." I go downstairs. I feel like I'm under attack from this unseen force. As I'm coming down the stairs, I'm hearing footsteps behind me. I'm actually frightened to death at this point. So I actually went into the bathroom, did my business, and then the one of the little ones shouts, "It's at the top of the stairs! I can see it at the top of the stairs." She says, "What?" I said, "What did you see?" She said, "I see it bobbing its head. It was doing this, peeking its head round the corner upstairs." Oh, next thing I know, right, the bookcase, books go flying like like this. I am shaking at this point. I'm the one that's in attack mode. I'm the one that's been attacked. The kids are the ones that protecting me. Yeah, the children see it as well. Yeah, yeah, they do. Yeah, yeah, they do. Like I keep getting calls now and again from my sister. She said she's used to it, but I didn't run. But what I did was I was kind of like stuck in one position on the sofa. I was like, I'm not moving from here. Obviously, just playing tricks on me or whatever else upstairs. I can't go upstairs. I've got to wait until my sister comes back. I'm not doing anything until my sister comes back. And I shouts, "Emma, come on, help me. I'm being attacked by something." The children explained to a mum everything, and I don't think she's that bothered. She's just like more interested in getting the food on the table and everything else. But I'm like, I've just been attacked by this thing, and I'm frightened to death here. Like I've never had that much shit like that before, like that close up and personal before. This, especially in your house, and it was worse than the last time. Like, yeah. So anyway, my sister says it's a little girl that keeps cropping up now and again, like. So there's definitely another presence there that is messing about. I don't know if it's part of the family or if she is just something, but she's definitely connected to them. It could even be her unborn child. I will say that one. Um, it could be one of them, but who knows? Definitely wanted to play, but I wasn't playing. You know. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of. It's probably an unborn child that she had many years prior to that, to other children that she had. So, um, who knows? To me, it's a mischievous spirit, whoever it is, and it was messing with me. I mean, that was freaky, all the books flying out there, like, and even one of them was to do with magic. And another one of the books that she had that was to do with magic, and um it was like tarot reading stuff and all that. And even what was the other thing? Something to do with schooling and other things that was thrown out there. Ah, like I'm serious. If you have ever experienced this stuff up close and personal, and then you experience it quite frequently, horror films are nothing. And other people going through stuff, and I think to myself, how mild is that? How mild have they what they've just experienced, but they're scared out their wits? If they ever experience what I did, they'd die. They'd die from fright. I think they know they can do it to me because I can handle it, but yeah, horror movies do make me laugh now, and that's the thing. You know, I don't watch much TV these days like I used to because I just find them like so bland. But I know that other people go through similar sort of stuff, and it says the same thing. Now, whatever that spirit is that keeps following me around, I do think that that one is grounded to my mum and dad's and is stuck there. But it can still mess with people through the internet. I do think that. Yeah. Now, if you've been through stuff yourself, you know that it's hard to talk about it to certain people because they don't want to hear it, or they think, what a load of hogwash, or ooh, you're just a conspiracy theorist, or something else. No, when you're going through it yourself, you know it's happening, but you can't put even any rational explanation doesn't explain what goes on. But I mean, this I've tried experiments, right, to try and prove to people this is real. Now, some of it has been successful and worked, but the downside to that is more stuff happens and not in a good way. So that's where I am now. It's in that threshold of I'm not going to do seance. I'm not going to try Ouija board to try and communicate because I know that attracts negativity, and you have to be really, really careful, don't you? So yeah. I have tried though. I mean, one of the things that I was really fascinated with was watching this video on YouTube where these people were using SLS camera. And the SLS camera, you know, like you've got an Xbox One and you have the Connect thing at the top of it. It shoots out little dots, right? But it also can pick up your figure. You can see figures. So if you move, you can see this little stick figure move with you. But what's been happening to some people is there's an extra stick figure next to you, an extra one next to you. Or if you're pointing it somewhere in the room, there's a stick figure there and it's moving on its own, but there's nobody there to have the figure next to you. So what's been fascinating me is this little SLS camera that's picking up all these stick figures. And if you're asking questions like, oh, can you wave to us? Can you wave? Give us a wave. And then you see the little stick figure go like that with its hand. That's happened. I've seen that on one of the videos. And I'm like, this is madness. Like, you know, this is a way to communicate with the other side. Like you can see other figures and they're waving to you. Or you get some good ones, obviously, and some bad ones. There's a good example of that. There's a guy I used to watch, and he kept having this stuff happen in his house, but I think that was more evil. He actually went to Romania and took, I don't know if it was something to do with this a stone that was a gravestone, took part of a gravestone home with him, but I think it took an entity back with him, right? So stuff started to happen while he had possession of this, and then he's having like stuff happening on camera. You know, you see the light fitting and it's going like this, it's shaking about. You see the dog turning, looking this way, and there's something coming in the room. And then you see like a stick figure looking over them like this. It's looking over him. It's peeking, and then it's putting its little arm out and trying to touch him, and then you see him go like this while he's sleeping. Crazy madness. Some of them I believe could be fake, but then you think to yourself, well, I've had some similar stuff like happen to me, and this is what's horrible about the situation. You've got channels out there that are so fake that it ruins the credibility of real science. And that's an issue. Like, even if I tried an experiment and everything else, they'd still try and pass that off as nothing. You can't win either way. Yeah. But I've always stuck with my channel as a non-monetized channel, a non-profit channel at all. And that's the thing. You know, I'm not gaining anything from these stories. I'm not making money from telling these things. I've got no reason to lie about my situation. I'm just telling you as is what's happened. Now, obviously, people are going to have their own opinion about it or own speculation about it. But I know that these things have happened. And I know sometimes it does happen on live stream. I mean, one day I scared the shit out of Misfit Beck and Sammy when I was on their panel one day. While I was talking to them, Misfit Beck said, "What the hell was that in there?" she had to go back on the live stream and have a look. I weren't even paying attention because I'm talking to them, but they said they could see something in the doorway, right? Both of them. So they went back on the live stream and you see a little skeleton hand coming through the doorway. They see it. They see it on camera. They're like, this is freaky. What the hell is that? You know, several times you got shadow things in the background happening, even stuff like that. But, you know, it's not always me that witnesses it, it's other people. Oh my goodness, be careful. Yeah. You know, these are my things and my story, and there is so much more that I've experienced as well, but it's just I guess it's been happening throughout my life, entire life, from a very early age. But I've noticed my animals are around me to protect me, so it's quite cool actually. Yeah. I think they're the only ones that do protect me. I mean, I do have I know that there's other spirits around that do protect me as well. And often my dad recently, as I told you before, my dad's a skeptic, but in recent times he says he's had visitations from a little girl. He said he kept seeing this little girl. Oh yeah, I see her all the time while I'm asleep downstairs. She's just skipping about the place. Oh, my dad's seen the little girl this time. So yeah, they're still round. They're still there. Like, you know, and my dad said he keeps getting a visit from his mum and dad as well that have passed away ages ago, before I was born. And apparently his mother is keeping an eye on the children and their family, so they're over there. And my granddad isn't happy with me, and I asked my dad why is he not happy with me. He says because you've not been visiting his grave. He wants you to visit his grave. I says, well, I can't get there. It's in another town. He said he's the one that's protecting me, but you know, he's the one that's around me, looking after me. My granddad. And he's come up several times during, like, even when that medium were around, that he was like there then. And so was my grandma. My grandma, she wants us all to be a family. Oh, keep having roast dinners on a Sunday. Keep baking on the baking. She wants us to bake more and everything else. Like, that's come up in a reading. I mean, there was another medium I went to, and this is separate from those other two women mediums. This was a man this time. Now, I went to go and see him at where he was working, so it was in like a holistic place, and they did like readings there. So when I went to that one, that was an emotional experience, I have to say, because he mentioned about my other, I wouldn't really call her a grandma, but she was a grandma figure, because she wasn't related to us, but she was married to my granddad. So she was technically our grandma, but not. But she is a very powerful she's very powerful in spirit. In fact, she was with me when I was at that place in Desford, down in Leicester, when I was out with the paranormal team then. That was a whole nother story. But anyway, she comes up a lot, and he even mentioned her name, and that was crazy, that was. And mentioned about my granddad then looking out for me. So there's at least 3 spirits looking out for me, more than that actually, but 3 of them strongly in that reading, because one of them being a little girl. Again, a little girl. So a little girl, my grandma, so-called grandma, well, the other grandma. So there's probably at least a dozen spirits really that have been surrounding me from the very beginning and start. And there's something about that little girl that keeps cropping up. So yeah, that's coming from a different, separate medium who's never met me, doesn't know anything about me, nothing, hasn't even visited me before. And that one was more amazing. Actually, it was more emotional, because I was kind of upset, in a sense that it gave me a lot of comfort in knowing that little girl was there for me. And so yeah, there's quite a few spirits that are surrounding me, and it's mental. And I think most of them are positive. There are positive spirits and good ones. Yeah, guardian angels, yeah. I think definitely the one that's not related to me is a guardian angel. It's one of my guardian angels, yeah. Very powerful one as well. Because I remember now let me get back to that Desford incident, yeah. So I went with the paranormal team, and this was a mass group effort one. So it was where you brought your experience. So you go in to an abandoned naughty boys school, right? You get a little tour around, you go separate into groups,
and then you can do what you want in that little group. So one of them being you can do Ouija board, another one's scry and mirror, and another one was you know, just experiencing other stuff happen. So while separated into groups, one of the things was because the whole of the family went, my mum and my dad and all of us, right? So 3 or 5 of us actually. So, but we was all separated kind of thing. My mum, my poor mum, I felt sorry for her. You know what they did to her? So cruel, right? I found this cruel. They put my mum in this room on her own. They walked into this room, they said, right, you go in there. She went in there and they shut the door behind. Oh, I left my mum in there. She said she was scared out of her wits. She wanted to come back out. Right? I thought, oh my God, I'm not going with this group again. But no. So things started to happen, right? And anyway, I had to go on a Ouija board, and this was in like the headmaster's room. Now, supposedly the headmaster was evil. He was the one that was abusing these boys. Like when the school was initially open back in the old days, the kids were heavily abused. They probably used the cane or whatever. They had no rules back then. The rules were all different, right? Now, I believe the school got shut down for abuse, right? Obviously, there was probably found to be abuse within that school, so they shut it down completely. And it was left to its own devices. Nature took over it. A lot of the stuff was deteriorated, some of it quite hazardous to be around, but there were certain sections that were fine to walk around, but it was still in disarray and disrepair, right? So anyway, this is crazy, but they said that this place is so wanted by other investigators. What they've had to do is lock it up, right? They had to lock it up to stop other investigators as sabotaging it, because it's so like it's a paranormal hotspot for other paranormal investigators, and they were fighting to keep that open. And yeah, poor children. I mean, from the history of it, it sounds like there was a lot of neglect, a lot of abuse going on, and a lot of horrendous, terrible things that happened there. And I do believe that the teachers were behind the abuse, especially the headmaster. So in that headmaster's room, when we was in that on its own, there was 5 of us in there, right? And we used the Ouija board. Now, not expecting this to happen, but what did happen was we got into contact with several spirits. 2 of them came forward. One of them said Stuart, and the other one was Richard. Now, we asked them their age, and they said 12. Right, both of them 12-year-old boys. They came forward on this. And we asked them how they died. They said that to look behind us, there's a cupboard behind us. Now, they told us that they'd been locked in that cupboard in the headmaster's room that was behind us. It's like integrated into the wall. There's a like a hidden opening. It looks like it's part of the wall, but you can see gaps on either side where you could probably pull it open. He said they were in there. They were locked in there and they died in there. I can imagine this is what was coming through. Then they said to us in a panic and hurry, he's coming, run, go, run. They were trying to warn us to go and get out. And then all of a sudden, I think they were scared. They were still scared in death of the headmaster. I think whatever it is must have turned evil in spirit and abusers. And they literally warned us about the headmaster was coming and literally said, run, go, like they were trying to tell us. And next thing I seen when I turned round, there was the chair that was holding the door open, and it moved. The chair moved. I'm like, oh shit, we better go back to the group. We left that area, and but in amongst that, before we left, we did have our grandma come through, my granddad come through, as everything else. I think they were trying to warn us about that evil spirit as well. We got back to the group eventually, and then we all went to this big hallway. I mean, we told the leader about our experience, and obviously they fobbed it off. I mean, this was madness, like crazy, but it happened. There's lost spirits in this and actually what's surprising, a lot of spirits still have the same mannerisms as they did in life, still as evil or still as nice as they were. What I was finding amazing is the group leaders weren't that bothered about our experience. We tried to explain. We're freaking out here because we've got the headmaster was trying to get to these two young lads. They gave us his name. And bless those boys, they were trying to and the other thing that happened, this is even more madness, right? So this is mass possessions that was happening as well, right? When we was in this hallway, the leaders explained, or the mediums that were in there, they said that the headmaster is a big bastard and is coming. They even mocked him and everything else. They said to us that we need to hold hands but not break the circle. So we had to all hold hands. So it was like 30 of us in a room, plus the actual organisers there. Some people were getting possessed and they ended up in the circle. They were in the circle, right? Now, what was noticeable about the people that they were possessed, right? They had their eyes completely shut. You could see, because you could just make out a small bit of light from the moonlight coming through the windows. You could see in their eyes, their eyes are completely shut. It's like this, but they're moving around and acting as if they can see. So they're going up to people. And one of the things that one of them did, one of them came up to me and he looked down at my shoes. And it looked like he was writing on a notepad like this. But one of the things that was weirdly happening to me while I was holding people's hands, I was being pulled in, like I was being pulled into the circle. Something was driving me to pull in. And they also said you might feel little hands touching you or whatever else. I could feel that. I could feel this pull like this. My sister got jolted back this way, and it was weird. Like, honestly, never experienced that before. And then you see this great big mass coming in through this side. You could see that there was an entity coming into the room. You could feel this thing. And I know that there was in an altered state of reality, these people, and it was weird. They was under trance, but I did not break the circle. I think one of the biggest things I saw was the craziest. There was an altercation. One of the spirits that was possessing one of them came up to this group of women on the opposite side, and they were trying to attack these women, this entity. And then another entity stepped in and did this with its chest and came out this way, trying to block its path. You know, as a person that's experienced craziness, this is next level craziness. And you know, seeing this, you've got an entity that's trying to save people from getting hurt, and then this happens. It's so weird to see that. So yeah, I have experienced a lot of paranormal strangeness as a person. Yeah, of course. I mean, in the gut of my instinct, I was a little bit like unnerved and not sure what was going. I think it was mainly because I'm not sure if I was gonna become, you know, possessed or whatever, you know, something else. But I tell you what, it is scary going through it. It's no easy task. So weird to experience it all. But yeah. So what about yourself? So have you what have you experienced yourself, like going through, like obviously you're telling me that you have experienced this stuff. Now is it you can explain whatever you want, like whether you just want to talk about what you've gone through, like at your home. Have you had stuff happen outside your home from the age of 5? Yeah. I think it does start from there. You see, around puberty time, I've noticed that's when it ramps up. I think when I started to go through the changes, my body changes and everything else, that's when things really were taking a nosedive. Things were getting quite terrible in the situation, and worse. For the worse, not for the better. I think that's mainly because it's heightened. I mean, I went through deep depression after my teenage years, my late teens and everything else. I went through deep depression. Not been the same since, I would say. Oh, interesting. So you had equivalent to like an imaginary friend, I guess. Yeah, I think that's how it starts, doesn't it? I've seen a lot of TV programs where people have imaginary friends. I can't say I've had an imaginary friend, not personally. But then again, um, I would say it is entirely possible there was a, a small entity there that I didn't see or take any notice. Ah, that's crazy. Why'd you come in to ruin the vibe, Crypto? You know, can't you just fuck off? Leave us alone to have a conversation. You know, I'm not going to be nice to you after how you treated me, so that's what it is. Oh, that's weird. So you've had this young boy. I wonder what its significance is. Hmm. Oh, it was your twin. Oh, wow. Hmm. Well, that's pretty good actually, isn't it? Yeah, you didn't know. Well, this is another thing that I discovered as well, right? Is we have an auntie, right? We have an auntie that we never knew about. In fact, I didn't know about it until my later years. Now, obviously, she died, um, like she was only a few months old, so she was only a few months old when she died, but her name was Susan. And we would have had an Auntie Susan, but she was, um, you know, part of our family. And the thing is, I know that name keeps getting mentioned sometimes with readings I have, like, as well. So it's like, I don't know what it is. See, this is what I can't explain, right? One of the things I can't explain is after death with babies, say young babies that didn't get quite through life or weren't even born. For some reason in the afterlife, they seem to be able to grow up with life. So they get so it's like they continue life in the other realm or whatever. And it's like they're kind of grow up with you. But what I don't get is, right, how's that possible if they're dead? How's that possible that they can grow up in the afterlife and keep on growing to that certain age? This is why I'm convinced now that that's probably what I saw at the top of the stairs, or the babies saw at the top of the stairs. This thing that it kept following us around was actually one of our family members that was a baby that didn't quite get to be born, but was a lot older than the other kids, the oldest. It makes you wonder, so your twin was matching your age at that time you saw that, but you never thought that they could grow with you. And that's what I think. I think they do carry on. I think they do. And I think they can choose what age they want to be. Yeah. And one of the biggest questions is, was there ever a chance that that child was meant to be born, but just met a tragic end? The answer's no. The child was never meant to be born. So although they did die, and my mum, its mum had a miscarriage, it was able. It was not meant to be born. That was a certainty, because apparently that's the case in a lot of cases. Is it's not meant to happen. So don't feel bad. It's what I say. If there's a miscarriage or someone has one, don't feel bad. It was not meant to happen. I think that's one of the things. Yeah, they do. They do. I mean, they're surrounded by loved ones anyway, and they have people in life as well, and they still stick around. Mm. I think a lot of mothers feel guilty if there's a miscarriage or something, and something happens tragically. And they shouldn't. I think they carry that burden for the rest of their life. But I think spirits have a way of communicating, but it's different to language. They use signs and images, and they even come into your dreams when you're asleep to come and to tell you that they're there. They use animals to come and give you signs that they're there. I mean, some days I get some crazy stuff happen with animals, right? Usually animals are pretty frightened of humans, but in some cases they come right up close to you, but they usually don't do that. So one day I had a butterfly and it wouldn't leave me alone, kept landing on me or something. And then you get a robin that comes up close to you, and it's very close and you can almost touch it, it's that close. And then you'll see feathers and then they come and land on you, or there's big signs. Yeah, you don't feel weirded out or anything, you just feel peace. Mm. Have you ever had any like doves as well? Because I have. I've had white doves, I've had just birds that you think to yourself, well, that's unusual, I don't see them often. In fact, never. Bloody seagull. That's funny. So what makes me laugh about that as well, when you've just said seagull, it reminds me of my sister. Like she went on holiday to Wales. She stayed on a campsite. Was it Wales? No, it wasn't Wales. No, she's going to Wales this year. Cornwall, sorry. She went to Cornwall, and she stayed on a caravan park, and it was one of these that where they've got chalets. They got little chalets, so you can go in a chalet. So she hired one of them, and it's like a self-catering one where you can bring your own stuff in and that. Anyway, this seagull kept landing in their little garden they had in that place, and then they started feeding it, and it kept coming back and coming back. So the kids called it Snappy. And then it just reminds me of that. seagull called Snappy because they took several videos of it, and it even had a bath in one of these. You have a bucket that's in the sink to do your washing up. They filled it with water and they put it out there, and it had a bath in it. Anyway, there's a song on a song they put to. I think my sister made a TikTok on it and put it out there, and it's not there anymore, unfortunately. She got rid of it, but Snappy the seagull, they always remember that. And it was so funny because there's like this catchy tune that goes with it. Yeah, they are. They are quite brutal, but I hate to see them in distress, because one day I did, when I went to North Devon, there was a seagull near Ilfracombe, on one of these like places I went to in Ilfracombe, which is near Woolacombe, and yeah, there was a seagull that had been injured, slightly injured, so I picked it up, and obviously it was trying to bite me. I was trying to find someone that could help me get this bird to a rescue centre because it needed attention. I think it might have there was fishing wire around it or something. I got caught in something, needed help. The problem was getting someone to help me with this seagull. I mean, it's a big one as well. It's not a little one. It's got a bit of strength to it, you know. So I'm like really concerned about this seagull. So even though, you know, I didn't know what it was going to do, it might hurt me or something, but I didn't want it to suffer. I think I found someone to help me out. I think I said, is there someone that can call the RSPB to come out and get it? Yeah, they're quite big and powerful, these things. I noticed it couldn't fly or anything. It was just doing its own thing. I love animals, and I've always cared for animals that are injured as well. If I see a pigeon, for example, injured, I'd pick it up and get some help for it. I remember one day I was on the way back from shopping with my ex. He was at home, and I went out shopping. But I saw these cars going, and there was a pigeon just cowered in the middle of the road. I thought, no, that's going to get killed any second. So I went out and risked my life and got it before it got run over. No, I can't stand to see animals get hurt. I can't leave them. It's the same with you know, land animals. If there's like, you know, cats, dogs. Do you know, when I was at my mum and dad's, when I lived there, the amount of strays I brought home was horrendous. In fact, strays used to just crop up now and again, just turn up. And, you know, I'd take them in, find their owner, send them back. That's what I used to do. My mum used to get fed up of it. She used to say, "You stop bringing in another one." I says, "Look, I can't leave it out there, get killed." You know, dogs used to almost, you see, what is scary is that A6 is so busy and so fast. There's been occasions when dogs and cats have been killed on that road, you know. I mean, it was awful one time, and I don't want to see that happen. When you see a stray and there's no owner around, yeah, you got to get it quick. Yeah, I've saved a few dogs' lives, cats' lives, whatever. I mean, there was one cat that was pretty sick when we rescued it, but it did die. I think it was already on its way out anyway. But you see, that's the thing. We couldn't locate its owner. I mean, some of the cats that we ended up with were strays, and we could never find the owner, so we ended up with them. I mean, our place used to be like a zoo. I mean, we had rabbits, lots of rabbits at one point. We started off with 3, then there was more. There was like, they had babies, and there was loads more. But we had to give them away. Some of them give them away, some of them keep. But we did eventually, when the rabbits all passed away, we just didn't bother with it anymore, with the rabbits situation. Because I think the last rabbit I had was called Buster, but what happened to him? He just had long teeth, you know, and I think I was trying to sort him out, but the problem is he wasn't that friendly. Buster wasn't that friendly, so it didn't really was any point. It was just feeding him, obviously giving him water and trying to tame him, but he was untamable. Yeah. I think that's what I noticed about rabbits are so much more different than cats and dogs. Rabbits are kind of skittish. I mean, what we used to do, I mean, I made them a little run so they could run about in and have a little run about. I mean, I think you'd have to have them from a very young age. And I noticed it was because if we brought a rabbit from a pet shop, that's where why they're skittish. I think the pet shop owners, when they have them, they don't give them any love or anything, so they're scared to begin with. Oh, was she? Yeah. That's what I can't understand about owners who have rabbits. I mean, I notice rabbits, they shit everywhere. Like, they don't care. There's poo everywhere. I mean, it's not that bad, to be fair. It's not like it's sloppy or anything, but what it is, it's just annoying. You see a rabbit dropping, it's just like that. Because what I did, I made a little cardboard house for them to go in. All the little babies. Made several floors like a doll's house, but for rabbits. Yeah. And that's kind of my friend's fault that I used to have at primary school. He used to have his mum and dad kept rabbits up there, and it set us off. So we ended up with rabbits, some of their rabbits. In fact, we gave some of our babies to them. Mm, yeah, I think I mean, I love the two rabbits that had the babies. They were the best rabbits. They were the more tamer ones. You could actually stroke them, and they'd let you stroke them. But the others, they weren't that bothered about being touched. Yeah, I mean, I used to love them, but I just found them more difficult to, love, I guess, because they were proving difficult to tame. But I think over time, I didn't really used to be a cat person. This is the thing that's strange about nowadays. I didn't used to be a cat person. I was more a dog person. I used to love dog more. But then one day I got friends with someone I used to work with, and she had 11 cats at her place, and 3 of them was pregnant and due to have kittens. So she ended up with like 22 totally cats. And one day she asked me to look after him while I was away. So I'm playing with these kittens, and there's loads of them everywhere. And one of the things I did was she just said, treat it like your home, just come in and sit around. Anyway, I've got all these kittens. Some of them are so cute, they come and sit on you. Literally, I've got one that side, one on my chest, another one on my legs. I'm surrounded by cats. There's cats there, cats there, cats there. They all come and chill next to you. So, I mean, I forgot to mention as well, when one of them gave birth, she was in a panic, an absolute panic, my friend, because she's like, oh, Helen, come and help me, because I need help right now, because one of them's gave birth, but one of them looks like it's not breathing. I'm like, oh no, right? Because I thought, well, I don't know what to do. I've never dealt with kittens before. What do I do? So I'm panicking at this point. She says, look, get this thread. So we got a little bit of thread, and we tied it around the little umbilical cord that was attached to the placenta, right? The cats, usually what they do is chew the placenta to separate it, right? So this time I got a little bit of cotton, tightened it up, and then just got a pair of scissors and cut it off. But then we rapidly trying to get this little kitten to come to life. So I'm there with this baby in my hands, and I'm like rubbing it like this, putting it upside down, blowing it, trying to get it to breathe again. Then all of a sudden it goes, and it comes alive. It comes alive in my hand, and I'm like, oh, I've got one. It's alive, quick. So I put it next to its mum, next to its mother, to try and give it some milk. and it's suck, and the mother's sat there, and she's letting it feed, and I'm like, oh, phew. But that moment was the turning point for me, because she said, oh, you're midwife now, you're midwife to babies. I mean, that was a turning point. From that point onward, right, I had an attachment to cats. Like, I thought cats were just ignorant of humans and weren't really bothered about loving us, but not this time. This time I know that, you know, I've got a completely different perspective on cats, and, you know, and then one day she said to me, you're quite welcome to have one of the babies. And I was so thrilled. I was so jumping with joy. So I had one, and we named him Thomas. And he was so small. He was like little baby kitten. But as he grew up, he got big. He was a big boy. You know, Thomas was such a beautiful ginger tomcat. He was so pretty and everything else. And the problem with Thomas was he loved to venture outside, and he went off into the world. And Thomas, like, I mean, this is like a few years later. We're talking about 8 years later. So he was 8 years old. Now, this is the most tragic thing of all, because Thomas, right, I was so worried about him while I was like elsewhere, that I gave Thomas to my sister to look after. And obviously she had Thomas and everything. Now, one day he loved to catch things. Now, that was his downfall. He liked birds, rats, mice, you name it, frogs, whatever they could catch, they could get, right? He was one for doing that as he got older, right? The sister calls me up one day. She's like, I'm going to have to take Thomas to the vet. There's something wrong. And eventually she called me back and she said he's dead. Thomas is dead. I was so distraught and upset, right? Worst thing ever. I find out he caught a rat and only its head remained. So I think what had happened is the rat had eaten rat poison, and he ate the rat. Yeah, he got poisoned. So I mean, this is the problem with letting cats outside, right? You don't know what's going to happen to them when they go out. And I miss Thomas. I mean, it's happened to Simba as well. He got poisoned. You see, I don't let any of my babies out because, I mean, there's people out there that are cruel anyway. They don't care about cats and whatever else goes the road. So all my cats are indoor now, right? I always keep an eye on them. I did let Oscar out yesterday because it was really quiet. I didn't see any cars come in, so I thought I'd let him out for a bit. And it was hot anyway. And he was okay, he did follow me. But the others didn't want to come. But I'm not going to take that risk of letting them out because of that. But that's why I'm more into cats now than ever. I mean, Oscar was a story in on itself because when I got Oscar, it was by chance actually that I got Oscar. Like initially I had a dog, right? So I decided one day that I wanted to get a dog for myself. Now this is when I had quite a bit of money and everything else, and I did have money to burn, but I'd also gone out my area. I wasn't really speaking to my mum and dad because we'd had a fallout, and there was other things happening at home. I just didn't want to be around my mum and dad at all, and I was away from my family. I'd actually settled in a totally different area, and I'd also was more in contact with friends that I used to work with. So while I was out there, though, I was on my own because I'd fallen out with that friend as well. I had a problem with her, and yeah, some kind of crazy misunderstanding thing. But anyway, I was on my own practically, but I brought this. I had the dog at the time, but I wasn't really bonding with the dog because I fell into deep depression as well. I was going through my own mental issues. And then I noticed the dog was having a tendency to run away. I don't know what happened to the previous owner, whether the owner never really trained it properly, but she was scared of traffic. The slightest noise of a car would send her loopy, and one of the things I noticed was the dog was becoming increasingly scared and would run away, like pull away from you. She's that strong. She would pull the lead out from your hands and run off, and you cannot catch her. She'll not come back. So one of the things I was worried about is trying to train her to become, used to the lead and used to traffic and everything. It's proving difficult. I mean, with all the stress of losing a friend and losing family as well, going through depression, having difficulty, living on my own, miles away from help, it was I decided in the end it was a good idea to give her a home. So I gave her up, and it was sad to give her up. Like, I will say, it was a really hard decision. I didn't want to do it, but I thought it was the best that she goes to a home that has a garden in it, because obviously I had a flat at the time and I wasn't sure whether I could be capable at that moment to look after her. So I did decide to give it to somebody I know, and I tried to keep in contact with the people that owned this property, and I gave it to them in return for a lesser price, because initially I paid like over 200 quid for it and all the equipment as well, and I only gave it them for nothing really, apart from about 50 quid I got back from them, which was nothing. I only had 50 quid and I was out of pocket really. I wasn't really, I really didn't want to let her go for that price. I wanted a bit more because I was struggling. So I gave her to a good home anyway. That was what mattered most. And they were going to be around another dog as well. which was another bonus. So I just thought of it that way and I let it go. And as well, that person let me down as well. They stopped all contact as well. I couldn't even get hold of them, couldn't even see how she would progress in nothing. So I just gave up like with them, and I had to just let it go, cry myself to sleep or whatever, just accepting that I'm never going to see the dog again or anything. And you know, I'm glad she's had a good life sort of thing, but at the same time, you know, oh, what am I going to do now? I've got 50 quid. So then I thought about, well, there's another option, isn't there? So that was to get a cat. So I got a cat instead. Now, they were asking for £15 for Oscar, and he was only a kitten. And that's how I got Oscar. Now, if I hadn't gave the dog away, I would not have this baby today, this one. Yeah, they turned on me. Well, she was a friend of the friend I got Thomas from, right? The problem is, once I fell out with her, she fell out with me as well. Right? She fell out with me too. And that's the thing. You know, I lost everyone. Once I fell out with her, everyone else didn't want to know me either. And it wasn't over anything other than me standing my ground because of what they were saying. They were talking behind my back. You know, talking horrible behind my back. Which I found out and caught them. And they didn't like it. Like I caught Kaylee. You know, I caught Kaylee out talking behind my back, and because I confronted her about it, she don't want to know. That's it. You see what I mean? They all fall out with you. You fall out with one, you fall out with more than one. See? Not my problem. I'm not the one. I just caught them out. They could have kept going, talking behind my back and being two-faced with me. But as you know, this is why I don't really care now about people talking behind my back, because this is a thing. It happens all the time. It does. I don't like it when you catch them out. But I'm so glad, as you can see, I when I think back now, I could have never had Oscar, and I don't now. It obviously made way for a beautiful baby that loves me to death, like this one down here. So I think things are for a reason. You know, you lose people for a reason, and you gain something else later as a result to make way for something even better. And that's what I believe in. I think you do get something better as a sacrifice. You do. Yeah, that's how I see it now. Yeah, I don't see it as a loss at all. Come on then, sausage. No, I'm not fussed about other people, because other people turn out to be snakes, and that's how it is. Grass is greener on the other side. Exactly, sunny times. Yeah. Funny, ain't it? It's not all bad. You know, losing people is not all bad at all. That's why I have this no care approach now, you know. There's always something better. Always. You're coming back again? Mm. He's been my life and soul of the party for a long time, he has. He's like the best therapist you could ever have. If you feel down or anything, at least Oscar's there. He looks after you. Well, anyway, that's what I've got to say about all that. And obviously, you know, the story continues. You know, whether there's more paranormal activity tomorrow, who knows, or another day. Doesn't always happen, it just now and again. All right, have a good night, Silicon. Yeah. Just made a coffee. How are you, Sunny Times? I hope you're well. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it has been like that a couple of days. However, it's been a little bit cooler than the other day. Hopefully get relief soon where we get a bit of rain and it clears up. Hmm. Yeah, I have to have a look at the weather and see what the forecast is. Sometimes what I do, if I want to see if there's any storms going on, I go on the lightning map. You can go on that website and have a look at the lightning map to see if there's any thunderstorms going on.
Might do a stream outside today. I need to get a bit of sleep first, though, and sort things out. Yeah, you just type in lightning map. I think it's lightningmap.org or something like that. And it shows you a map of the world, and then you'll see little red, orange, and yellow spots blipping away. That is actually storms. And it shows you around the world where they are, because some will be in America, some will be somewhere in Europe, and some might be in the UK, and that's when you can keep track on where they are live. Yeah, that's what I do. But you can guarantee in the summer, if it's like long periods of hot weather, you're gonna have storms eventually, big ones. Yeah, you're all round me now, socks. Socks round me now. And this one, this baby, he's a godsend as well. He's like a god cat. Are you hungry? You want breakfast? Breakfast? I think you might want something. Oh. Yeah, I remember going on holiday, and what we used to do on holiday in the caravan, we used to watch them, sit and watch them, because we'd always have a campsite by the seaside or something, and you can see them out to sea, all the lightning out there. It's quite good from a distance, but when it's right up close and personal, that's different. It is nice to hear the rain on the caravan as well. It sends you to sleep, that stuff. Yeah, I've been up all night. I did spend a lot of time like in the day resting and stuff, so uh, yeah, it is. I love it. I love it when you're out there in the caravan is, and it's not a static caravan. It's one of those tourer caravans where you're towing it behind a car. One of them. My dad used to go regular. Used to be going in that regularly. He got rid of his caravan eventually, and he's got rid of his boat now. He used to have both of them. Some days go in the caravan, some days go in the boat. It is a shame it's all gone now and not able to do that anymore.
It's just got so expensive and just too much. I mean, I can't understand why it's so expensive to go on holiday in the UK. So if you went to the seaside and you go and stop in for a couple of weeks, I mean, you're spending as much as on a holiday abroad. It's daft, innit? Oh, I've had that. Mm. And you know, sometimes you'll hit days when you have to leave the campsite. You got a certain time to leave. You got to pack all the awning away and the caravan, but it's soaking, right? It's chucking it down with rain, and it's just horrendous. You've got to pack away in the rain. Everything's been soaking. You're trying to fold this stuff and dry it out, and you can't. The only way you can dry it out is when you get home. That's happened a few times. Oh, you want dinner? Come on then. Yeah, just ignoring the trolls because obviously they're coming in because they've woken up from their little slumber back on YouTube trolling people. They really have no life. Really don't. Yeah, it's Chop Suey. Just have to ignore him because he's a fucking weirdo, stalker, pervert. He always does it. Doesn't leave me alone, honestly. He's obsessed with me. He's the only one out of the whole community that's total fixation on me. It's weird. There you go. He's back in again in a different account. Fuck off. Fucking freak. Back in again and again and again. He doesn't stop. Like, I can sit here all day and ban every single one of his accounts. It doesn't matter how many times he says he's going to open another one, he's going to come back in, so he's just going to get blocked. There's no point in him typing whatsoever. Not worth it. You're just going to get banned. Simple as. And he's one stalking weirdo. Don't know what it is. Must be something in the water up there for them to be so obsessed. It's back in again. Hmm. I'm not taking the brunt. You see, what it is, I'm not taking the brunt of her little meltdown, what she's been having the past few days or weeks. I'm not taking the brunt of it, right? I don't see why I should have to. You know? No, I can see why. It's just an abusive male. Very, very obnoxious, horrible person. Fuck off. Don't care, Chop Suey. Keep trying. Don't care. Don't care what you say. Because obviously I'm not moaning about immigrants from abroad. It's obviously the illegals that come here without paperwork. Get your facts straight, you dickhead. Anyway. H is alright. Attention seeking mom. No, just everything you're typing, Sui, is yourself. So go and report yourself. And you're racist to English people yourself. You stated it out your own mouth that you hate English people, that you despise English, you despise people who are fat as well. So go and do one, you fascist twat. Eat your own words, cunt. Oh, really? Bizarre. And which one is it? Local election leaflet. So is it like all of them or just one of them? That'd be funny. I bet I'll get them soon. Well, go and say that to Nigel Farage, because I've been speaking exactly like Nigel Farage. So fuck off, you stupid fucking thick, low IQ, zero IQ, moron, incel, freak. You should be arrested by police for actually wasting time, and as well as that, you should be you know, what you've been doing to women is horrendous on this platform, making fake accounts as well. You'll be charged for harassment, stalking, and poking your fat, ugly nose in people's business. Now fuck off, you horrid twat. Eat your own words, because you speak exactly what you are. Now go away. Calling me a tranny. Fuck off. You're the tranny. Now go away. Look at him making hundreds of accounts. And you think that's not good? Do you think you'll get away with that? Do you think you'll get away with that? Huh? Look in the damn mirror. You obsessed weirdo. You mental health insane asylum freak with no IQ, unintelligent incel, moron, woman hating, fat shaming bitch. Leave me alone. Oh, but you can be homophobic, you know, chop suey, you can't. Hypocrite. Fuck off. What do you do with people like that? It's weird. Obsess about me every day and he needs to do something with his life. He's poorly. He's back in again. Fuck off. Keep making your dumb accounts. Doesn't work. He's not achieving nothing. You know, just imagine it for a moment, right? Somebody is constantly, frantically looking for a spare account so they can come in and leave a vile comment and leave out. So when they get banned, they can do it all over again. Someone is doing that 24/7, sitting there, observing and typing rubbish. Back in again, doing the same thing. What a waste of time. What a waste of time, Suey. Fuck off. You're getting charged for your harassment. How many times you've done this? It's going to catch up with you. It will catch up with you when they change the rules. Can't wait for that to happen when they start and clamp down on you. Because I'd clamp down on your fucking face if I could. You know that, cunt. Hate the sight of you. Fucking weird. You know, you're equivalent to a rapist. Now fuck off. Because I don't like people like you. You stalk women. I mean, how many times has he said in live chats he wants to harpoon me? Right? That's what he said. He wants to harpoon me. Stalks me so bad. That's obsession. Beyond obsession. You know, people like you, police restrain. Do you get it? You know you'd get a damn good restraining order on your head. You'd be on tag, mate. Like Rice sitting there fucking on tag. Because you're that fucking dangerous to a woman. Weirdo. Yeah. Correct. I wish he'd have kept them videos of what he did to that woman. Honestly, it was horrible. You know, I bet she suffered a fucking aneurysm or something, you know, after that shit. He's awful to women. Terrible. One of the worst men I've ever seen on this platform to ever abuse a woman. And it's a good job he's single. Good job. Because he doesn't deserve one. The way he treats them. Don't care with your threats, Zoe. You are getting charged yourself. I've got mountains of evidence on you. You know it. Everything I've said is because of you giving me distress. And you harassing me constantly. Won't leave me alone, will ya? Told you time and time again, fuck off. Can't you understand English? Fuck off. Go away. Leave me alone. But no, you want to come in and be stalking again. Fuck off, Suey. You don't understand English. Oh, I have more than that. Do you want me to play it? I've got more than that. Do you want me to show you how weird this weirdo is? I have more than his face. I got his abusive fucking recordings. Abusive ones. That's so vile. I'll play a couple of them. Why not? Let's play one.
But just to let everybody know that we've done a search. It's been about 6 months, 7 months. Gone through all fucking court official documents in Leicester, Sheriff and High Court. There's absolutely nothing regarding her boyfriend. Absolutely fucking nothing regarding the fucking child. Nothing regarding the child getting a limb broken or her ex-boyfriend.
Did you hear that? He went through a whole entire stalking, okay? Harassing, stalking me, right? So looking through my records to see if there's anything on me criminally. And there's nothing. He said that right there. He's been looking through my personal life outside of this platform. This is how obsessed he is. Let's see if you can stand this in court of law then, Chop Suey. When it's fucking out there, you can't.
Friend up on charges for fucking nearly killing a baby. Nothing like that. There's fucking nothing. Absolutely nothing. His name. We do have his docs, obviously. We have his fucking address. There's nothing. Alright, so just another fucking example of the fucking fat, greasy, unwashed fucking tramp. Just slandering people's names. It's like her fucking dad and her mum and her sisters and all that. So her ex-boyfriend's not doing anything like that. She's just a horrible bastard. But we are working on fucking you, Helen, because we are working on you, mate, because
You see, he's committing fraud, openly admitting he's committing fraud, openly admitting he's harassing me, actually doing illegal things in the background. And he thinks he's got a leg to stand on. Huh? Yeah. We'll see about that, bitch. You didn't think I'd record that, did you? You horrible Scottish weirdo. Sat there fucking every day, telling porkies, talking shit, making fake accounts. You're breaking terms of service every single day, Chop Suey. And you know you are. You're committing fraud. And you couldn't find anything on me because I'm innocent, Chop Suey. That's why. You stupid fucking twat. You're trying to work stuff on me to try and get me a criminal case. Guess what? All this will blow up in your face when it comes in court yourself. So try it. Take me to court then. Do it. See what happens. Stupid fucking moron. Funny that. Thinks he's got a leg to stand on. Don't think so. Don't think so. You've openly admitted to harassing my mum and dad and myself when I've not even done it to you. And you're a criminal anyway. Let's hear another one.
I'm at a fucking impasse here, like, yeah. I'm literally listening to what the fuck that she is saying right now. She's literally defending Colin Scott, a convicted fucking paedophile who done over 2 years in prison for fucking sexual fucking rape. And she's sitting there defending this man. I mean, and they're in that chat obliging her, speaking to it like she's a fucking normal person, man. What the fuck is wrong with these people, mate? Is it me or what? What the fuck is wrong with these people?
Oh, he has a problem with everyone I speak to. He doesn't like me talking to anyone. And I was just trying to clear things up with Colin over the fact they thought I was sending them stuff through the fucking door, you prick. Mind your own fucking business. Nothing to do with being friends with them. It's to do with clearing things up that wasn't real. Because of you telling lies about the sandwich that I sent Gert when I didn't. When it was you who made the lie up in the Helen Videos account. Stupid fucking twat. I was correcting the lies that you created. No, is that the same one or a different one?
Yeah, I just want to clarify something about my rant earlier on. When the attorney says I reported Helen Giles to the DWP, I made a wee misunderstanding there. What I was trying to say. What I mean is, I've actually contacted the HMRC personally, and I've given them my details and my credentials, and I've passed over Helen Giles's credentials, her PayPal account and her bank accounts, her address and her national insurance number, just everything they need to know, so they can do a thorough investigation. People might think I went onto the government website and just randomly fucking put an anonymous fucking what do you call it? Snitching shit in. But I've actually contacted the HMRC personally, the DWP personally. I actually spoke to somebody in real time. And the reason I've done that is because Helen Giles is constantly and repeatedly saying that I'm on benefits, I don't work, and all this fucking shit, right? So we will see. We will see if I'm working or not, Helen, because you think I'm a liar, I mean, you think because you're a fucking fat slob, everybody else is, and we're all claiming benefits and we're all claiming something or whatever. I'll give you a hard fucking fact, you fat cunt. I claim nothing. Fuck all. I'll work. I claim nothing. Zero. Fucking nothing. I have to state, you fat fuck. I just went and fucking reported you and see Therapy and see his struggles and see who else was it? Oh, Sammy and who else? Oh, Pine. See the people who's been donating to you and funding you, they've actually fucked you. You're going to get sanctioned. I can assure you. You mark my fucking words. Your fucking disability is getting stopped. You're going to work. I can assure you. So you keep running to the fucking police, bitch.
See, pure harassment, pure obsession, pure weird. And actually, I never asked any of those people for money. I never begged for any ever on this platform. Fucking stupid twat. Thinks he knows best. So take me to court then, Suey, and we'll play these videos in court and see what happens then, yeah? Because you've just got an obsession and hatred for me. End of. Shows you've done illegal stuff. Got no leg to stand on. All right. And those videos were quite old, I will say. And that's how long it's been harassing me for fucking years. So many years. And that's how it has been to me. There's no reason for that shit. You spend so much time on here, Chop Suey, and that's the reason I know that you're not working. Yeah, no worries. Take care. Right.